Vina, I'm still having cats on. Fabio Quattro, as I mentioned, 4 of the last 6. Haku Bagnaia is a fan star to protect ourselves from the elements. So what is the guy for? I mean, I'm always expecting Brighton to protect you from proceedings here today. The good news is, let's look at the class half full weather-wise. I expect to see, hopefully, a dry race day in here tomorrow for round 11 in Grand Prix Germany. Here I contract with him is extremely dark until after on the west. It's held 15 minutes, so just looking at the direction the clouds are dying across them as the rain's giving it on around the final sector. Turns 12 and 13. That's the direction that the rain and the clouds are coming down. It looks like the clouds are bringing plenty of rain with them. Well, this was the second of 2 spells that came the way of Sherman Haldiger yesterday. Felt angry with himself. He was kicking himself very spoke to me last night, saying both of those crashes were avoidable. He feels like the consolation prize is that when he's upright in terms of his race day, he sees that he's in the mix, he's in contention, and the damage done though from those 2 crashes means that Haldiger is going to have to come through Q1. He found himself 16th at the end of the play yesterday, just on a bunch of ways, including a Guro, Baltananes, Mia, Oliveira, Maria, and the Salvatore. You did not find National 119s yesterday. And still in Haldiger, who's a pretty frequent visitor to Q2. But he has not been that side of Q2 since round 2 in RD2. So expect to see anything of a very, very strong fight from those top 2 places in Q1 actual. And has come through Q1 in the last 2 Grand Prix. Has the 54 with a very different Q1. Looks like it's going to wait for Haldiger. Then the Neil's to Cobden was the Ranger up. So now it's not time to latch it in. Star Covenant's window. It's not just the fact that it's ready, but he's now starting to brain very heavily. And this right here was an area where the MotoGP riders have been watching Moto 2 months ago and be taking some serious clues in Fine Zion and in reaching my tip. Dixon from this race. This is the 10th in Moto 2 when he cracked the phones right down. Covington and turning like Parker back second. Yes, saying in the dry crash around here. He climbed back up the hill, really Queckenberg, turn 13. To be fair to Buzz, he didn't really lock in out of this drawing too much. He was inside the top 20 for much of yesterday's practice session. At the checker flag, he was 7th fastest on the factory 20 team. Did some quick reminder to Jovington Veritan this weekend. Akaya, I thought just the 2nd time in 2025, expecting to be back to full strength at our next Grand Prix in Brno next weekend. The good news, our world champion by Martin plotting a return to the RST. Think that's free. In many respects, I mean, as good as Fabio with the Gian Antonio was to produce that utterly brilliant all-time lap record yesterday, Alex Marquez was sensational as well. Was his 2nd space. Tiny food note, that time session. And although this month that is Alex, well, Bob Hopkins and Repson, was pretty handy, wasn't he? Around the Sachsenring, 8 times a winner in MotoGP. Up now it's the Honda machine. And this weekend with a time for him to take it first Sachsenring success off board of the Cacti. Let's slightly playing his car sports ships yesterday. He only did the bomb time and time to be under and it's yesterday. This might be John Tom did a second that went out of my market. Went up behind him in such a much she did his strength try and pull on up and see what Richigamme the Sachsenring was able to do around this racetrack. Isn't it right now? It's even heavier. But Marquez decided to go on a quite well-known medium rear tyres today for his final. And they can recognise that on 19.6 was not enough to get in 3-2 qualifying soon. So Marquez decided to more information going to do the Grand Prix to know. I'm giving the fact that that's probably the last he's going to run on dry tyres until at the very earliest to the air month, I think, tomorrow with no rating like it's got sort of some point. And certainly for the Grand Prix, I went down to action Sundays. The Marquez felt, but it was nowhere taught to make sure information. In terms of speed, where he swung then to the NA inside attack where ultimately to get to the top 10 he didn't really need it. Marquez said he wasn't too sure whether he was going to be able to beat that time at chance. So he was certainly getting on from one to him. Here they are celebrations for Richigamme squad. Happy 59th birthday to Gigi Davigna. Yeah, many other times to the engineering god. That is of Gigi Davigna. What a job he has done over the last decade or so. to turn the chat into one of the most stubborn sources we've ever seen. Big Grand Prix history. He just waited a little bit to get himself set in manufacture. Tarkas seems still on with Luke already a second. The riders who was singing injuries and walking around clear on Sachsenring. What they thought about the prospects is completing on the right hand thing. All they said they are certainly going to be easy on the body, not less physically demanding. Optimism on his square to serve his band top of the wristband. It doesn't matter. I looked already yesterday and a quick look at his work. Didn't do anything more than 5 lap monthly pets. Big active on, he did it. His longest run was none so much required that run. And that was exactly the same in the second safety as well. So Ringini has done nothing more than a 5 lap street, I suppose. He says, I struggling with tiredness on the left side of his body. Of course, he's been out of action for quite a period of time, Marini. So I think he'll be welcoming the rest part of the rank competition is mind and bring it him. And as we mentioned, certainly did a second round. Did be with Spanton. Jack Miller, the thing at the Aussie to make the Troy back to Q2. He was 8th fastest maybe yesterday. I saw Sing Miller fighting the pole position in conditions of no good. Jack normally there was in fact to look at the timing screen. It's a bite by Jack straight away. Himself Thomas Bellaway just been passed by Fabio Quatton. Let's put thoughts of plus Gino Boston joins Jack. Yeah, I wanted to grab Gino because I'm sure a lot of fans at home will have seen the weather and instantly thought, well, this might be a day for Jack Miller or Miguel Oliveira. We know that the pair of them are super strong in these damn tricky conditions, so it's real hope, real optimism that we can have a good day today, Gino.
I hope no one is here tomorrow. He's a big very bad. Should I never? I'm just feeling nice come back to the
Sean, and he did a really good job yesterday. He was so fast. Actually, you're right. Second class than the last job. I mean, we're so close to me. The rain part of that. One night, then my check is good here. So we need to work a bit more. Find the fins, but in terms of speed or whatnot. So I know where by today. Obviously, to be fasting wet weather requires to have a very strong steel and a good production. With the bike and both Jack and Miguel did not have much time in these conditions. So despite how good they normally are in the wet, how much it seems so far they've been able to gel with the other heart to get the most out of them. What do you say of it, Slickman?
Well, as you know, we suffer. I mean, pretty and not the rain, and then the mic is my good, and then meeting any hour, and then the rain, nobody made then, and let's see what's my not here, and something, but nobody there, my hand, Yamaha, and my and them, and anything, they receive from the tire, so, was the hour and a hard moment to make a good qualifying and hope also a good sprint race. Let's get tomorrow for it. That's no rate, but never not yet. Certainly. Just finally, it feels like a big wish for those Jack and Miguel. All of them, you've always said the decision will be made after the summer break with regards to next year. So to build attention, put some fun targets with. A big whistle behind this weekend or next could cook his shoes today. Feel mate, and it's not anything with them about it. Because my daddy empty saw down there. You need to make a result up. You need to do that, do that. We have wait after the summer. They did at the moment. I don't think that they are nervous. They are pretty constant. Let's say that's not most important. We support them what they need because they right out for them and they demand for us. So and after that we're gonna want to see next day. Now have a good one. Yeah, and Sumo Gio Borsoi, thanks to Jack Bad, Greenline Jack Rera still leads, always got himself back into Team 1 and is down start to spread Sublager in the section where he's the first rider to find on 129, just into 29 is Miller at 129.975, couple of tendencies tailored out. Well, that has just changed because on the screen, Smart has just fine, I'm on 29, 0.6 and Tribe 6. On the start, this felt like he's getting resumed towards skate here in Germany. So that with I called Anya. Also gone by well in white conditions over years. My boy around last year in white conditions and never know what people the morning white conditions of a bad pushing taking out the first shebang and started hold the white tires. But yeah, just by the did you better starting yesterday you might think by 9 it's played during to Q2 which he kind of did. So it was 9's fastest done made it trying to have but set the second but yeah I've said he actually looked him up better generally pace and rhythm and just one bit at a time really by the end of the session instead it's good you know they did ride the new chassis form Ducati with receiver and on the pen since the correct set poster preview so embrace that for the first time we used it the full through weekend the first time and but yeah it did and touched it up yesterday. We did say that while the weather's supposed to something patch the bike meant they're at the rubbing there and the braking out in cold red treat and Paddy with the idea that you played so when you're potentially going to explore that further later in the year. Here is how you pass for the rig was offered by that blue chassis. Two tried it was all the way far as back to Mazzano test last September. So something that they've had in them for quite some time. The factory Ducati squad is Smart Mark earlier did it in the Stratton shoes leg to Trace Saban, Jitch to over 6 tenths of a second now. And one thing I'm talking to at its final page to Scott Martin, see over the back. More with that, has got himself up into second. Sankey did the drive. And yesterday was happy to be inside at the top 6 and running for a 3 when he said struggling a little bit of like a Noria grip, age grip is of course. And you can't be concerned around the Sachsenring, particularly on the left-hand side of the tyre. So we're down on Mark, small with that 800 up into the 129, which is such an expensive pace given the conditions, isn't it? Which I'd tell me was all-time lap record, which is a mesmerising lap yesterday on that 119 yards. So we are, it was back on 10 seconds so in the main competition. Might the best executive say yesterday that he's always home by the section when he's offered good grip in the rain. And I think we're finding out they're still offering good grip in the way in 2025. And that's particularly key for like the RB that I was watching Fabio Portoaro yesterday about statistics here of a bike day. This expensive and there's still people tags if you have power still recently. The one with the grip is the more they tend to struggle in mid-say. The track up was the grip in my condition, we can be tentative, but it's too slippery and the good leathers are especially low and slick in these wet conditions. We are going to have some serious pop-ups. Over Jack Miller up in front of both Portoaro has dropped back down to 9th place at the moment with Yamaha catching up. I think me thought it was about not interfering with the rain now falling on this end of the surface. Yeah, I think the wetter it is, the better it is as far as Yamaha are concerned. Where they stats on half and half the domestic mixed conditions, just where the Yamaha was all the bearer himself punched a bomb now here pre-weekend. Simple worst case, sorry for Yamaha. He's waiting out of trying traffic because that's where things are coming soon. As we're cyber riding on ice. So and the bike we're supposed to be still with the right knees not a little bit. We might be heading towards a point where the Yamahas will start to suffer. Let's just like having smart guys with the lines upon leads. His latest lap in the session. They were 9 stats to stand. Pedro Acosta, who we know has got somewhere where the prowess he was 4, but that dramatic flag to flag back will in the ball. His last podium manager to the came in that wet Grand Prix in Durham. He really did shine behind like and Marty, what's happening otherwise down here? Oh, in particular, let's go and ask your channel's going on. Yeah, the rain has actually stopped. I mean, you'd speak about those conditions. We have the hard guys. Well, when you feel as though it is going to come, although having said that, the rain doesn't start again. It feels like it's just going to be one of those days, doesn't it? On, off, on, off. The good job is I've built actually been ready for all conditions. Yep, give the old Law Spree footage I haven't you mind neither. As some stays today, as Swede 593. So 25 or 400 goes Mark Marquez. Still think this session. Acosta, we just mentioned he was looking good to get into the top careers. This was the replay of Marquez. Yeah, the big scare now. Yes, they did the dry conditions going through turn 10. The height's being left and he was out of the seat. Top power. He was so poor last year. I remember Lambershun guys had a real big get up, didn't he? And he's stuck for trivia. So we were mentioning Acosta now. He was looking strong to maybe attack for the top 3. And we did let us down because Pedro up into 3rd place on the Patrick ATM. And I look here, let's bet now Sheraton. We did a bit more late when he came and spoke to the media last night. Was the defend my Moto2 Moto3 world champion. He said, despite wanting more than nothing what he wants to be in terms of results of performance, it's time to see the glass half full, at least publicly, after slightly more optimistic. And he even admitted KTM have been accusing him of being a tad too negative of mine. He said, you can't apply for something you don't have, which he's obviously referencing a competitive KTM right now, what he feels is a competitive KTM. So, head down and quite contact as well, the cost is concerned. You know, really like to improve upon our ladies to put in the hard work rather than getting too down in the dumps about it. Pedro Costa clearly now a little bit of a change in mindset and focusing on the positive to try to build up with KTM. Let's go on to be the KTM camp to Timo Jakiata with now speaking to Jack. Yeah, because personally it felt like a really positive day on the other side of the box, but the Brad Binder is how he struggles but to get into the top 10 yesterday. I'm sure he could select a lot better last night. I'm giving the money out. Stunning racing movie. Sure, for sure, it's as I always used to say. The change is always next time, and we try. Even let's say the word easy big guys and like the MVR on the right now. Let's say today everything we off course turning around when Sturman from this and that. Of course, forget them always bends. Easy and might be fair just deliver this and pour them fragmentation. Pratt's spoken a lot about how he's having to change his nature on the body kits with the recent changes in the way development has gone. You can still see us his super smooth, which everyone from watching Brad throughout the years knows that that's not how he has ridden a bike over the past few years. But the fact that he's able to change his ride himself and was able to be successful yesterday is up down to the nature of the circuit. Spend so much time the side of the bike. Should you have to just hit the markets, or is it down to some big changes he's been able to make? Yeah, of course, obviously, the right hasn't been improved. Adam Biaston and then the rider need to improve about that after this and to be really up to the decent situation. But in any case, you cannot make it good there. I think that the system, I think you have to know when you have to follow the reasoning. That's when, and I think maybe this is not a good miss in being 1 point and my bump in the requirements. It's one thing. These white conditions should exist both Pedro and Brats. What do you think? Is it an opportunity, perhaps? I mean, we need to be ready that in Switzerland, all of us. So I mean, good luck, Aki. Happy to good luck. Thanks, Jack. Kira, thanks as always to replicating Shirai Soon Boss and Akiaga. Yeah, there was a little links around the offspring down yesterday. He was stole much. Taylor Acosta had the pace to the music to Kim 2. But Bender did leave it late. He was high down in sort of 17th, 18th, 19th budget. That's how long purchase session. That's when he had to deliver. He did fair play to the South Africans and did deep to Fathom on 19.743. Future appearance has been few and far between so far this year before Bender, Argentina and Aragon. The only 2-3 time distinction in Q2. Only once so far this year has been qualified inside the top 10, and that was a 6th place on the grid at Aragon. So he's had his soft tyre time attack woes himself to deal with on the RC16 this year. Such a difference to your weekend, doesn't it? You can get that hard work out of the way, because there'll be 2 places up to perhaps in qualifying 1. Of course, divided that he bonds out was a fellow KTM in Maverick Liana, so I'm watching on screen as the protector for his leathers, or to keep the event of his leathers, it is flowing truly split on his back. So you might be wearing those when the conditions are especially wet. The most dictated by the ball top guard bodies. Ruiz through the 7th job in this session, currently in 7th place. Although first, on a day like today, it could be one of those cloak-decided scenarios where if you think Thorn qualifying waters, you're in that top 2, you could find yourself at quite an advantage over the other 10 riders when you get to qualify your team, because you will have some very lucid track knowledge in terms of where the Travis Spets are, how grip levels are, which do the 10 riders in Q2 Blue Man. But it was this rather fun wet Q2 session for rest 2024. That was wild scare, was it? And turned 10th, that's where I saw Mark. We got a similar incident in the dry, didn't he, yesterday? So, yeah, that'll wake you up.
scary or crash, but you feel the rear stepping out from underneath you as you tower trying to get yourself set up, carry the corner speed, carry the momentum before you flick your right, then attack the aisle through these Melbourne cars. Okay, so when he's not having big mileage, the big scares through Teddy's, as always in the Sachsenring, very, very rapid indeed. Still leads his session by over a tenth an hour. Over that, he still is closest company in second. Costa third. John Zarco's, well, there that he's sort of on to watch if it is wet. Just catching her finds about a perfect time as he pops on screens to that unbelievable French Grand Prix guy to the man a few weeks ago, where I think we still got air rate from the signal of Arcego's on that deck. So fastest right now is Zarco. Let's not forget, he was on the deck twice yesterday. And maybe he's especially good. So if we are in scenario of the final point, he doesn't rate it heavily. Been playing in track conditions actually improved, then that might play purely into John Zarco's hands. Players he does have to get through final point one slice before we even think about challenging taking possession of time to the shoot that he did take there at the Sachsenring some 30 years ago in Pennsylvania. He does feel like that he's got the 100 of Zimon and Silverstone back in his hands. I've been actually rocked to it of late as far as HRC are concerned. Not me with a little bit frustrated yesterday, felt that he was going to be booking a place directly into Q2 on the 36 bike. Until now, it's like still otherwise were talented when they went down to the second time attack. They started on a fin that time with car front tire and the extra brake that they and the of a move rear tyre was just as it sort of does. I would like to be able to have the front and try to get understeer out. That is another rider who touched it on that point. Wings on wide did sell like Hugh Sterling had the potential to get through the Q2. Front line started actually was the full track house. Routes Fernandez. Starting he was Fernandez on the time sheet yesterday. I agree. I think was like a replenish in his protection. I'd look at Fernandez's sort of pace shifts about. We did a very resplendent late lap one in the morning, 8 laps, but a 9 lap one yesterday afternoon. Very fast, been very consistent. So if you're getting south inside that top down the grid, then there's might be just one of options for the Grand Prix here tomorrow. In terms of the current session, plus the challenge for the bookies in these better conditions. Of course, that's a weather experience earlier on in the season, but this is such a specific circuit in terms of the championship presents. They've been able to get currently in 7-2 place. It's still 9 laps of 2 seconds off the pace of Iogora. It's just like behind his track out team now. Actually, Ralph Fernandez, they're 90 to 20 kilometers on the Lecture Tunnel, so we include as the track house, which has always been me biker choice in conditions. Marco Bezzecchi does have that. Coming up in 6th place, he's done a 1:30 flat, but the moment I race Thursday plans of the Sachsenring is something in month more there was change. To be it's 7 seconds at the pace. Starting on a Dublin truck house right on the grid last year was Oliveira. Should be all up in the moment to finally kind of sound of the factory Yamaha in conditions where we know Oliveira tends to wear itself. News boots up into 15th place. Of course, it was clear in the sprint last year. Well, Oliveira took remains. Track house is low on the podium. Been managing to. I think it's Alex Rodens who as a sector, then the tough watch right now about for the second of the factory Yamahas. Original day one here. AJ for the number 92 didn't see the man of money did. Once again, returns from inside the inside of the Yamaha garage. You just cannot initially at the sort of start 2, 3, 4 months get any sort of temperature up to a working temperature in both front and rear tyres, and looking sort of cool wet condition this morning. You feel that's only putting Alex in a silver hole, though he's looking a little bit numb. Such still in the compared to this morning. 10th place in the environment is Rennes with a 1:30.301. So it's Ducati, KTM, Honda, Yamaha, Aprilia, the top 6 at the moment. KTM's the Yamas have been there also inside the 10-10-7-9 to pull some IGD around the Prima KTM's in the South. Now it's an Airbus DV. After my son weekend June 2. They're still listening for this money free headlies. All track as well. John Arthur, Luca Maridi, and Joab Nimirid didn't championship. After the trip, I need to stay in trading in the one up to this German one frame between Lawrence Siege entered, and so comes the summer break. You would have seen these conditions as a real opportunity. We will see Taken Nakagawa back without how the next weekend he'll take the hot singer championship. Here's met with Ali. Speeding good looks so far this Wednesday, Saturday morning. He's been second in this session for quite some time. Now we're getting even better. Obviously better for a couple of the six. That can't be quite just because to the moment it's been a duel between Mobadali and Boseki, but don't discount a cost of it. We don't go as well in these conditions. We'll stay on board with Mobadali, then turn third to the go. It's just pumping tights at the top, trying to pose my blockers. And not like just find a TV lap though, that lap 11. Mobadali down to 29.197. Yeah, that's just one on in this session. My blockers landing the finest sensing and the two and handlers to win the lap. We've seen quite a few riders on them at this stage, but they jumped as we did to the end of the lap. We'll just see John Zarko on the line before we go down to the competitions. Boston's waiting, which I have out in 10 lane. Zarko is into the final corner now. County City in third place at 129.25. Put the chance of getting to a 28 to finishes this lunch Dublin. It's a 29-2. Zarko into them. So let's go down and get the thoughts of the boss, Lucho. Check out George. Happy. Lucho. Of course, you can time. Yeah, absolutely. Lucho showing that he's still the son. Lucho isn't out there on second level. Gelhat is showing he's not the pace out there on second. But number two, Gelhat. These conditions, of course, you guys victorious. The last time we saw something similar, it bullied a lot of people to think that there's an opportunity there for Yamaha today. How we bought to visit, how difficult will it be to try and take that opportunity? Because it's alright, it's in this condition, you know, it's expecting here that the limit, what even, most the bills are, you get this right and the job. Yeah, of course, would you like that, it didn't make number of people. So that'll be fine. That's that, but the bad part, and you see, there is some facility that shower, more shower than I am not in a position that raise this point in the wet condition. That's it. They could be 50 right out, but what we have seen is that I'm not up. I think here's the bigger thing there. Shit. Look, 80%. Big what? These conditions are not out there. Good chill how to ride now. It's always been the master when it's not only where the it's applied out, and it's because understand exactly where the levels of brick are. I've seen a bit really busted knees before. I mean, where does he get that from his injury? I mean, pure feeling. Definitely is a bad event. So it's sad. So many talented on that on understanding the then it on the bike. I know some of that you say that definitely is no damage didn't so. That was this decent, you know. That's when you have to see all of them still. So he's got computer now. Just what they want to have you should have about some kids. I believe three at the start of this week. Was it is obviously missing this one. We see how's the rehabilitation going after this. Like his momentum week out. I need to talk about it in the addition because he has the problem is that such a big season. Even if he's not that optimum his knee. However, like make sweet for him when you start playing Zapper hugging. Well, but if the Jeep with a witcher, didn't act like it. Even along we did a straight like that. Trained out and walk in, you're ready to figure out some of that. Just bring some, I'm still up free. Like fun, I think, because you activated in that superation, no, and then gone the way of the French group. We thought we're coming to halfway point of this year's Hannah Jinky World Championship. We rather every battle. You have two riders. I can fight on pole so far this season.
6 TIXO watches to my Marquez, including the first throttle times of the campaign in time in Argentina. I'm still handicapped on Fabio Quartararo, as I mentioned, 4 of the last 6. Pecco Bagnaia is a found star to protect ourselves from the elements. The Woodlands to go for. I mean, I'm always expecting greatness to protect you from proceedings here today. The good news is, let's look at the class half full weather-wise. I expect to see, hopefully, a dry race day in here tomorrow for round 11 in the Grand Prix Germany. Here I contra with a music extremely dark until darker on the west. Till 15 minutes, so just looking at the direction the clouds are dying on customers, that the rain's giving it on around the final sector, turns 12 and 13. That's the direction that the rain and the clouds are coming down. It looks like the clouds are bringing plenty of rain with them. So this was the second of 2 spells that came the way of Sherman Alligator yesterday. Felt angry with himself. He was kicking himself very spoke to me last night, saying both of those crashes were avoidable. He feels like it's the consolation prize is that when he's upright in terms of his race day, he sees that he's in the mix, he's in contention, and the damage done though from those 2 crashes means that Aldegar is going to have to come through Q1. He found himself 16th at the end of the play yesterday, just on a bunch of ways, including Aguro, Baltananes, Mia, Oliveira, Maria, and Salvatore. You did not find national 119s yesterday. And Sterling Aldegar is a pretty frequent visitor to Q2. In fact, he has not been that side of Q2 but since round 2 in Argentina. So expect to see anything of a very, very strong fight from those top 2 places in Q1 actual. And has them to Q1 in the last 2 Grand Prix. Has the 54 with a very different Q1. Looks like it's going to wait for Aldegar. Then the last Copland was the Ranger up. So now it's not time to latch it in. Start Covenant's window. It's not just the fact that it's ready, but he's now starting to brain very heavily. And this right here was an area where the MotoGP riders have been watching Moto 2 months ago and be taking some serious clues to Point Zion and then reaching my tip. Dixon from this fast. This is tense in Moto 2 when he crashed. Bones went down, Covington and turning like Marco Bagsecki. Yes, saying in the dry crash around here. He climbed back up the hill, really Queckenberg, turn 13. To be fair to us, he didn't really lock in out of his stride too much. He was inside the top 20 for much of yesterday's practice session. At the checker flag, he was 7th fastest on the factory 20 team. Did some quick reminder to Jovington Veritan this weekend. I tell you, I thought just the 2nd time in 2025, expecting to be back to full strength at our next Grand Prix in Brno next weekend. The good news, our world champion by Martin plotting a return to the RSG thing next week. In many respects, I mean, as good as Fabio with the Gian Antonio was to produce that utterly brilliant all-time lap record yesterday, Alex Marquez was some safe as well, was his 2nd fast. Tiny footnote, that time discussion. And although this comes that is Alex. Well, my Marquez and Repsilon, that was pretty handy, wasn't he? Around the Sachsenring, 8 times a winner in MotoGP. Up now it's the Honda machine. And this weekend with a time for him to take it first Sachsenring success on board of the captain. Let's slide main playing his cars contributions yesterday. They did the bomb time and time at the end of it's yesterday. Plus my big John Tom did a second that went to Adam Marquez. Went up behind him and was actually what she did his strength try and pull on up and see what Richigamme the Sachsenring was able to do around this racetrack. Isn't it right now? Is even heavier. But Marquez decided to go on a quite well-known medium rear tyres today for his final. And they can recognise that on 19.6 hours was not getting through to qualifying soon. So Marquez decided to more information going to do the Grand Prix to know. Given the fact that that's probably the last he's going to run on dry tyres until at the very earliest to the air mod, we think, tomorrow with no rating like it's got played some more. And certainly for the Grand Prix, I went down to action Sundays. The Marquez felt that it was nowhere taught some extra information. In terms of where he swung, then to the NA inside attack, where ultimately to get to the top 10, he didn't really need it. Marquez said he wasn't too sure whether he was going to be able to beat that time at chance. So he was certainly getting on from one to him. Here they are celebrations found Richigamme scored happy 59th birthday to Gigi Davignon. Yeah, many adverts to the engineering god
that is of a due to the what a job he has done over the last decade or so to turn the Ducati into one of the most dominant horses we've ever seen. Big Grand Prix history. He just waited a little bit to get himself set in manufacture. Tarkas seems still on with Luke already a second. The riders there was nursing injuries and looking run clear on Sachsenring. What they thought about the prospects is completing on the right hand thing. All they said they are certainly going to be easy on the body, not less physically demanding. Optimism on his square to certainly bound top of the wristbands, doesn't it? I looked already yesterday and I took a look at his watch. Didn't do anything more than 5 lap monthly bets. Big FT1, he did it. His longest run was none so much required that run, and that was exactly the same in the second safety as well. So Ringini has done nothing more than a 5 lap street, I suppose. He says I struggling with tiredness on the left side of his body. Of course, he's been out of action for quite a period of time. That's my reading. So I think he'll be welcoming the rest part that the rank competition is mind to bring it him. And as we mentioned, certainly to the second round, did be with Spanton. Jack Miller, the thing at the Aussie to make the Troy back to Q2. He was 8th fastest maybe yesterday. I saw Sing Miller fighting the pole position in conditions of no good. Jack normally there was in fact to look at the timing screen. It's a bite by Jack straight away. For himself, Thomas Bellaway just been passed by Fabio Quattan. Let's put thoughts of plus, Gino. Someone joins chat. Yeah, I wanted to grab Gino because I'm sure a lot of fans at home will have seen the weather and instantly thought, well, this might be a day for Jack Miller or Miguel Oliveira. We know that the pair of them are super strong in these damn tricky conditions, so it's real hope, real optimism that they can have a good day today, Gino.
I hope no one is there tomorrow. Worries. He's a bit very bad. Should I never? I'm just feeling nice. Come back to the
Sean, and he did a really good job yesterday. He was so fast. Actually, you're right. Second class doesn't last a job. You might not. I mean, we're so close to me. The rain part of that. One night, then my check is late is good here. So we need to work a bit more. Find the pins, but in terms of speed or whatnot. So I know where I'm by today. Obviously, to be fasting wet weather requires to have a very strong steel and a good production. With the bike and both Jack and Miguel did not have much time in these conditions. So despite how good they normally are in the wet, how much it seems so far they've been able to gel with the other heart to get the most out of them. What do you say of it, like me?
Well, as you know, we suffer. I mean, pretty and I'm not the rain, and then the mic is my good, and I'm meeting anyhow on, and then the rain, nobody tell me then, and then see what's my not yain, and something, but nobody there, my hand, Yamaha done, and my in them, and anything, they receive from the tire, so, was the yellow word at a hard moment to make a good qualifying and hope also a good sprint race. Let's get tomorrow for it. That's no rate, but never not again. Certainly. Just finally, it feels like a big wish for those Jack and Miguel. All along, you've always said the decision will be made after the summer break with regards to next year. So to build attention, put some fun targets. A big result behind this weekend or next could took his shoes today. Me, I think with them about it. Because my daddy empty saw down there. You need to make a result up, and you need to do that, do that. We have to wait after the summer. I think they did at the moment. I don't think that they are nervous. They are pretty constant. Make let's say that's not most important. We support them what they need because they right out for them and they demand for us. So and after that we're gonna want to see next Dino. Have a good one. Yeah, and Sumo Gio Borsoy, thanks to Jack Bad, Greenline Jack Rera still leads, always got himself back into Team 1 and it's down start to spread Sublager in the section where he's the first rider to find on 129, just into 29 is Miller at 129.975, a couple of tendencies tailored now. Well, that has just changed because on the screen, Smart has just fine, I'm on 29. .6 and tried 6 on the start. This felt like he's getting resumed towards skate here in Germany. So that with I called Anya. Also gone by well in quite conditions over years. My boy around last year in quite conditions and I'll never know what people the morning my conditions are bad. First you take me out, first you bang and started, hold the white tires. But Anya just about it did you a better starting yesterday. You might think by 9 and played during to Q2, which he kind of did. So it was 9 fastest done, made it trying to have the second. But Anya I've said he actually looked him up better. Generally pace and rhythm and just one bit at a time really. I mean, end of the session. It's good. You know, they did ride the new chassis form. Ducati with receiver on the pen since the correct set post Grand Prix. We sort of raised that for the first time. We used it the full through the weekend the first time. And yeah, it did. And touched it up yesterday. We did say that while the weather's supposed to something patch the bike, they're at the oven there and the braking out in Paul Red Tree and Paddy with ideally played. So Wanya potentially going to explore that further later in the year. Here is highly impressed with the rig, looks offered by that blue chassis. Two trials all the way fast back to Mazzano test last September. So something that they've had in them for quite some time. The factory Ducati squad is Mark earlier did it in the Stratton shoes light to Trace Sabanjic to over 6 tenths of a second now. And 1.9 at its final page has got Martin C over the back. More with that, has got himself up into second. Sankey did the drive yesterday. He was happy to be inside at the top 6 and running for a pre-win. He said struggling a little bit of like a Noria grip. Age grip is of course, and you can't be concerned around the Sachsenring, particularly on the left-hand side of the tyre. So we're down on Mark. Small with that, they have Mill up into the 129, which is such an expensive pace given the context, isn't it? Which I'd tell me was all-time lap record, which is a mesmerising lap yet sailed at 119 seconds. So we are, it was back on 10 seconds so in the main competition. Might the best executive say yesterday that he's always held by the section when he's offered good grip in the rain, and I think we're finding out they're still offering good grip in the way in 2025. And that's particularly key for like the RB that I was watching Fabio Portoara yesterday about statistics here of a bike day. It's about saying that there's still people tags. We have Power Store recently. The lower the grip is, the more they tend to struggle in mid-say. The track up was deep grip in my conditions. We can be competitive, but it's just slippery and the good levels are especially low and slick in these wet conditions. We are going to have some serious pop-ups. Over Jack Miller up in front, but Portoara has dropped back down to 9th place at the moment with Yamaha catching up. I think me thought it was about not interfering with the rain now falling on this end of the surface. Yeah, I think the wetter it is, the better it is as far as Yamaha are concerned. Where they stats on half and half in domestic conditions. This is where the Yamaha was Oliveira himself punched the bomb now here pre-weekend. So worst case, sorry for Yamaha. He's waiting and out of trying traffic because that's one thing to come soon as we're cyber riding on ice. So and the bike we're still with the right knees not but we might be heading towards a point where the Yamahas will start to suffer. Let's just like having smart guys with the lines upon leads. His latest lap in the session. And they were 9 stats to stand. Pedro Acosta, we know, has got some wet where the prowess. He was 4, but that dramatic. Flag to flag back will in the ball. His last podium manager to the came in that wet Grand 3 in Durham. He really did shine behind plate. And Marty, what's happening otherwise down here? Oh, in England, let's go and ask your channels going on. Yeah, the rain has actually stopped. I mean, you'd speak about those conditions. We have the hard guys don't want, when you feel as though it is going to come, although having said that, the rain doesn't start again. It feels like it's just going to be one of those days, doesn't it? On the good job is I've built actually been ready for all conditions. Yeah, give the old Law Spree footage out of New Line neither as some stays today. Swede 593. So 25 or 400 goes Mark Marquez. Something this session. Acosta, we just mentioned he was looking good to get into the top careers. This was the replay of Marquez. Yeah, the big scare now. Yes, they did the dry conditions going through turn 10. The heights being left and he was out of the state. Top power. He was in the same pool last year. I remember Lambersham guys had a real big get up, didn't they? And being stuck for trivia. So we were mentioning Acosta now. He was looking strong to maybe attack for the top 3. And we did let us down because Tedro, I think, his 3rd place on the Patrick ATM.
And I look here, look at now. Sheraton mood a bit more. I think when he came and spoke to the media last night was the former Moto3 world champion. He said, despite wanting more and not being what he wants to be in terms of results, performance, it's time to see the glass half full, at least publicly. I'm slightly more optimistic, and he even admitted Cage have been accusing him of being a tad too negative of mine. He said, you can't apply for something you don't have, which he's obviously referencing a cop back to KTM right now, what he feels is a competitive KTM. So, head down and quite contact as well, the cost is concerned. Really like to bring upon our Matties to put in the hard work rather than getting too down in the dumps about it. Pedro Costa clearly now a little bit of a change in mindset and focusing on the positive to try to build up with KTM. Let's go on to be the KTM camp to Timo Jackiata with now speaking to Jack. Yeah, because personally it felt like a really positive day on the other side of the box, but the Brad Binder is how he struggles but to get into the top 10 yesterday. I'm sure he could select a lot better last night and give the money out. Stunning racing movies. Sure, for sure it's as I always used to say. The change is always next time and we try a little bit, let's say the word easy big guys and look and like the MVR on the right now. Let's say today everything we are supposed turning around when Sturman from this and that. Of course, forget them always business. You see in Wayne we fairly just deliver this and for them fragmentation. Brad's spoken a lot about how he's having to change his nature on the body kits with the recent changes in the way development has gone. You can still see us is super smooth, which everyone from watching Brad throughout the years knows the depth. That's not how he's ridden a bike over the past few years, but the fact that he's able to change his ride himself and was able to be successful yesterday is up down to the nature of the circuit. Spend so much time the side of the bike, should you have to just hit your markets, or is it down to some big changes he's been able to make? Yeah, of course, obviously, the riders are not being improved. Adam Bias and then the rider need to improve about that of this and to be really up to the dissonance racing. But in any case, you cannot make it good there and on the system. I think you have to know when you have to form the reasoning that's well, and I think maybe this made a good miss in being 1 point and my bump in that with buttons. It's one thing. These white conditions should accept both Pedro and Bratz. What do you think? Is it an opportunity, perhaps? I mean, we need to be ready to die in Switzerland, all of us. So I mean, good luck, Aki. Happy to good luck. Thanks, Jack. Kira, thanks as always to replicating Shiraisu Boss and Akiaga. Yeah, the little links around the offspring down yesterday. It was still much. Taylor Acosta had the pace to the music to Kim 2, but Bender did leave it late. He was high down in sort of 17th, 18th, 19th budget. That's how long practice session. That's when he had to deliver. He did fair play to the South Africans and did deep to Fathom on 19.743. Future appearance has been few and far between so far this year before Bender, Argentina and Aragon. The only 2-3 time distinction in Q2. Only once so far this year has been qualified inside the top 10, and that was a 6th place on the grid at Aragon. So he's had his soft tyre time attack woes himself to deal with on the RC16 this year. Such a difference to your weekend, doesn't it? You can get that hard work out of the vehicle, so there'll be 2 places up to perhaps in qualifying 1. Of course, divided that he bonds out was a fellow KTM in Maverick Liana, so I'm watching on screen as the protector for his leathers or to keep the image of his leathers of spawn truly split on his back. So you might be wearing those when the conditions are especially wet. The most dictated didn't fall top guard bodies. Ruiz doing a similar job in this session, currently in 7th place. Although first, on a day like today, it could be one of those cloak side scenarios where if you think Thorn qualifying waters, you're in that top 2, you could find yourself at quite an advantage over the other 10 riders when you get to qualify your team, because you will have some very lucid track knowledge in terms of where the Travis Spets are, how grip levels are, which do the 10 riders each into blue man. But it was this rather fun wet Q2 session for rest 2024. That was my old scare, was it? And turn 10th, that's where I saw Mark. You got a similar incident in the dry, didn't you, yesterday? So, yeah, that'll wake you up. Scary old crash when you feel the rear stepping out from underneath you as your tower trying to tell you to try and get yourself set up. Carry the corner speed, carry the momentum before you flick your right, and then attack the aisle through these Melbourne curves. Okay, so when he's not having big mileage, the big scares through Teddy's, as always in the Sachsenring, very, very rapid indeed. Still leads this session by over a tenth of an hour, but then he still is closest company in second. Costa third. Charles Arco's, well, there that he's sort of on to watch if it is wet. Just catching her finds about a perfect time as he pops on screens to that unbelievable French Grand Prix guy to the man a few weeks ago, where I think we still got air rate from the signal of Arceus on that day. So fastest right now is Arco. Let's not forget he was on the deck twice yesterday. And maybe he's especially good. In precise to try. So if we are in scenario the Continental Party that doesn't rate it heavily playing in track conditions match, it proved that that might play purely into John Sarko's hands. Players he does hands again through qualifying one slice before we even think about challenging 10 possession of time to the shoot that he did take there at the Sachsenring some 30 years ago in Pennsylvania. He does feel like that he's got the 100 of Zimon and Silverstone back in his hands. I feel actually rocked to it of late as far as HRC are concerned. Not me with other different right yesterday felt that he was going to be booking a place directly into Q2 on the 36 bike. On there, it's like still otherwise were talented when they went on to the second time attack. They started off feeling that I was hard front tire and the extra brake that they and the prevents of a move rear tyre was just, as it often does, overloading and able to have the front and try to get understeer out. That is another rider who touched it on that twice. Brings another rider, Sell like you, Sterling had the potential to get through the Q2. Front line started, Q1, the full track house. Routes Fernandez. Starting he was Fernandez on the time sheet yesterday. I agree, I think was like a reflection and his protection. I'd look at Fernandez's sort of pace shifts about. We did her the very resplendent late lap one in the morning, 8 laps, then a 9 lap one yesterday afternoon. Every post have been very consistent. So if you're getting cells inside that top down the grid, then there's might be just one of options for the Grand Prix here tomorrow. In terms of the current session, plus the challenge for the bookies in these better conditions. Of course, that's a weather experience earlier on in the season, but this is such a specific circuit in terms of the championship presents. They've been able to get currently in 7-2 place. It's still 9 laps of 2 seconds off the pace at Iogora. It's just like behind his track out team now. Actually, Ralph Fernandez, they're 90 to 20 kilometers on the Thatcher Tony Lewis, so the track house, which has always been me bike of choice in conditions. Marco Bezzecchi does have that. Coming up in 6th place, he's done a 1:30 flat, but the moment I race first plans of these Sachsenring is something the month more there was change. To be it's 7 seconds at the pace. Starting on a Dublin truck house, right on the grid last year was Oliveira. Should be all up in the moment to find the kind of sound of the factory Yamaha in conditions where we know Oliveira attempts to wear itself. News boots up into 15th place. Of course, it was clear in the sprint last year. Well, Oliveira took remains. Track house is low and then podium. It's been managing to. There's Alex Roden too. As a sector, and then the tough watch right now for the second of the factory Yamahas. Original day one here. AJ for the number 92, didn't see the man of what he did. Once again, returns from inside the ring side of the Yamaha garage. You just cannot initially at the sort of 2, 3, 4 months get any sort of temperature up to a working temperature in both front and rear tyres, and looking sort of cool wet condition this morning. You fear that's only putting Alex in a silver hole, though he's looking a little bit now. Such still in the compared to this one. 10th place in the average Rennes with a 1:30.30 so it's Ducati, KTM, Honda, Yamaha, Aprilia, the top 6 at the moment. KTM's the Yamas have been there also inside the 10, 7, and 9. To pull some IDU, there are only 3 mark KTM's in the South. Now it's an Airbus DV. After my weekend, June 2. They're still listening, pulling some money with 3 headlies. All track as well. John Arthur, Luca Marini, and Joan Nimiritz didn't Chantra. After the trivia, I need to stay in trading in the 1 up to This German one frame is really non siege entered, and so comes the summer break. You will see these conditions as a real opportunity. We will see second that can get up and back. What else? How the next weekend he'll take the hot signature championship. And anything at the time. Here's Matt Wadali. Speeding good looks, I saw, this Wednesday, Saturday night outing. He's been second in this session for quite some time. Never getting even better, but only better for a couple of the six. That got to be quite juice because to the moment it's a duel between Wadali and Bosecki, without discount a cost of it. We don't go as well in these conditions. We'll stay on board with Mumbling, then through turn third, 2D goes. It's pumping tight at the top. Kind of pose my blockers, and not quite just find a TV lap though, that lap in Everett.
With the summer break living large on the Hawaii's at MotoGP reached the halfway point to train lane 5 with a Lucky Valley Grand Prix Germany. Marc Marquez won a stick sprint on a soaks that led the Sachsenring, which is a short drive to the city pyramids and around 3 hours from the capital Berlin. What gets chapter 11 underway next live. This time for turn G3. So as the sun rises on the Sachsenring, Marc Marquez looks to claim what he thinks is his right to be the undisputed king of the Sachsenring. Good morning and a warm welcome to the 11th round of this year's MotoGP World Championships. We are reaching the halfway stage of a season so far that has been dominated by one rider. Marc Marquez's domination of 2025 showed no signs of relenting yesterday. What was a dramatic 50-lap sprint in W-Trin conditions yesterday afternoon at the 93, winning his 10th sprint out of 11 so far this season, increasing his lead in the World Championship to 78 points. It's a real manly position that Marquez finds himself coming into a track where he has won so many times in his career. A 125cc winner, 2 times a Moto2 winner, and 8 victories in MotoGP, the last of which was 4 years ago back in 2021. Made a question though, he is the massive, overwhelming favourite out to complete what would be a 4th consecutive double victory. We have not seen Marquez defeated since the British Grand Prix at Silverstone on what was a rare off day, really have to say, for the 32-year-old. Alex Sidon on race day number 11 gets underway as always with a 10-minute water session, which is damp, and you saw those live pictures. It is still a lot of heavy cloud cover in this part of eastern Germany. There has been sort of the overnight rain, and depending which weather app you look at, a lot of predicting a full dry day, some predicting maybe a chance of rain throughout the day. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on the skies. A close eye, of course, on Marc Marquez as well as his Imperials season continues. Barbara Lewis and me totally he's through this morning's action and taking you through all the coverage on race day number 11 with Jack Appleyard right down in Tig Lane. I have to say, Lewis, very hard to look beyond Marc Marquez once again today. Yeah, well, my rider certainly won't be looking at today. Sadly, it's Frankie Morbidelli, a nasty looking crash yesterday in the Tiso sprint. It has been a weekend of attrition across various teams through the weekend. No Tech 3 riders on track today, but no Frankie Morbidelli either. This is why fast crash coming from turn number 8 doesn't get any nicer the more you look at it. Persistent pain in his shoulder means that Frankie will sit today's Grand Prix out, which means he vacates at 12th place on the grid. Horrible crash. It's his second crash at turn 8. He was down there heavily in the Q2 session as well yesterday. Was Morbidelli Yeah, a rather under-strength field taking to the grid this afternoon for the 30-lap German Grand Prix. And we already knew that Tech 3 were somewhat depleted with Moanea, Bastianini. The pre-weekend, unfortunately, evening laid low by a nasty bout of appendicitis. This was on the yellow just out after the start to a real tricky Q2 session yesterday. That ambitious, nasty high side. Everything's on the gas coming through turn the saw. A dislocation of the left shoulder as soon as he came to rest in the gravel trap. Unfortunately, Maverick has a small fracture in his left collarbone, which will see him rule out, sadly, of today's action. We wish all of our walking wounded speedy recoveries. Well, Marco Bezzecchi yesterday, he's in great form, great nick on the factory Aprilia after his double podium in Assen last time out. Second, he was at the checker flag in the 15-lap sprint yesterday. He led the first 40 laps, but just came up short as a marauding Marquez produced a brilliant lane charge. Let's not forget Mark, having started from pole position, tries it a little bit too hot in the first corner as he tried to detect his advantage. He was back as low as fifth, wasn't he? They nearly tied that to a sprint. But it was once again a fine recovery. You'd think of Bezzecchi on the last laps. They got tight in the first couple of corners. After once again, he was the man on Saturdays. So it has been some hard in 2020. Way stage of the season out to sprints. 11 down, 11 to go. Marquez already won 10 of the 10 and counting. Riders are now leading pit lane to take to what looks like a slightly greasy racetrack. Jack, how you pit lane with an update on conditions, Jack? Unfortunately, Jack, we're not quite ticking you apart at the moment. See, we've just got a couple of connection issues. Maybe a bit of the water in the system isn't plenty of water, so I've this weekend, Jim. So as soon as we've resolved those issues, we'll try and pick it up once again with Jack as it's starting to rain. So let's make sure the claims of which weather forecast you believe in this part of Eastern Germany. Some are saying after another right in the early hours this morning, we'll really no further away. Let's consider those live pictures right at the start of this morning session. Some of the fans in the grandstands are going to the up-runners and the goats. Yeah, and yeah, so I'm commentary on Sweden down Fenway. Every stand we're not anywhere near as heavy as we saw yesterday when he really did punch it down. It shouldn't be wet such on him. My again up into but it's what a free fall by getting him hanging maybe on ball wet sprint of the centre forward sprint we had. They make it, you know, how would we've seen him onto the GP. Most of the greedies wet sprint, which I'm called the Sunstones of Bang my eye and sequel and trace. The very same story unfolded yesterday. By and white people sport ice sent yesterday in some sad speech was an hour uncompetitive divorce. The Kawanya pretty standing child twice. It never looked like he was going towards the pretty points at this day. There is no way to sugarcoat it because an abysmal Saturday. Saw by Yamaha this third time in the sprint here at British finished inside around the top 10. Let's not forget how good he was in the rain conditions. He'd been poor around the end of last year. A real fight, treasure Grand Prix when he was fighting to keep himself in the World Championship. But he's bang right, he's no slouch in rain conditions, more busy. But he was nowhere near a big competitive yesterday. And he said if it rained this afternoon, it was going to be the Shibi Electric Star when he'll find himself 40 or 50 seconds and ran behind the front pace, which is just heard off for a rider of his plans. And I don't think he's really got either to say that it. I know he did something to Q2 and Friday. We wouldn't have made it on the Saturday had he had to go through 4-5 months. Remember, he's only 9 to the end of Friday practice. He's sort of scraped through in some ways into qualifying to even at 35 on his pace in the driver's slightly better than that. But yeah, it feels the top 5 is possible today. We have a full dry Grand Prix button. Despite what the mother families may say, look outside our common trunks under the skies. I'm getting this to say with great certainty that he's going to be full dry later on. But if he's full dry, thank you bang your but happy with the 5th place. I mean, he's just not cutting it at all, is it? And Phil, the Silver double world champion, we know he's had all kinds of issues this year with the lack of front end seal, the lack of front end governance. Well, yesterday in the way I think to his worries with just 0 rig with those rallies. Just him, how multitude of things he was dealing with on that factory, the Capi GP25. John Marco's like the found this damp, the session. He felt like he was a beast, he felt like he was a real big missed opportunity yesterday to not only make it to his first big podium, but potentially his first sprint win. Opportunities to take the spoils. Against such a dominant force like the catch it, in particular Marc Marquez, they don't go around too often. He took his big chance to meet at the French Grand Tour in the one a few weeks ago, but the meat events are rear rain tide and weren't so greeted for him in qualifying the other front right. And just never came in at the start of yesterday's sprint. He dropped down from second on McGrady, was as well as 10th at one stage early on. He did actually set a second behind Slatten, bob the sprint eventually once he has been able to generate temperature in those mid-tube rain tyres. But certainly more expensive, much headed from Sarko in the sprinting yourself. If you try to dig it up one side, Dangwood Jam. Yeah, hopefully a little bit in my ears. I keep coming in and out. It's got as I just might and said, you can now hear me loud and clear. To think the gates, I was not just sick of the rain I've started to fall, but I saw these pictures from the fans in the grandstands putting the umbrellas up. It's been described by a couple of TikTok message, just scaring you out words throughout the day. Definitely as we go racing later on, for the bikes, one will be wet, one will be. Keep it button, we'll be giving a flag to the bike factors and none of them swear, quick reactions, side which we have big result and our result is going to be right ish where have we opted like there's the risk a lot codes kept on in big roll getting quite so much Jackie is going to be getting sore next looking at the skies out with giraffe proceedings. Are we going to be in sort of a quite to flag the scenario John Zarko work with you, but if that's the case at the all of the drive that we saw we'll put every so proud at the Le Mans circuit. Pat Marquez yesterday by his own admission says he might have to re himself in a little bit at this happening because he said yeah it was fantastic to win that 10 sprint but he took a lot of risks to do it. At times I think he's something so pretty as hell with that demolised that shoulder saying what are you doing? Being the old chance about what are you taking all these risks for? But he's trying to fight his natural killer instinct, isn't he, to just go for the jugular, and that's natural tour instinct which has made him such a phenomenal rider over here. That's why he's had over a century of done the things cross off by sea. That is why he's won 68 MotoGP races now, chasing a 69th of it. They would take it clear in second place all time. What a headage and Guanestinian, 20 behind the great Malantino Rossi. It's 200 MotoGP starts at Marquez, and he's looking to celebrate it in the grand manner. He was thinking of a championship best stage of the sprint, but as he pointed out, once he got down to the final lap, Fortune final lap, hate to head to the victory, no fault at all for the World Championship. There he is then at the mic written on pause to maybe top this pre-race warm-up session. And main all shine, he's been in the mix, it's been spectacular the water times. There's been a few big scares after at the weekend for Mark in both dry and wet conditions. When he tasked Fabio Quartararo yesterday to take second in that sprint, he almost lost the race, dropping down through turn 2. He got tight late on, and bad with Marco Bezzecchi. It's not a rule out bench from being a serious contender. And if it is wet this afternoon, of course, he's frozen. The Tullinger front run start delivered yesterday in Q2. As his first ever MotoGP victory, of course, was in the wet. That's all VR 4060 tracks in Argentina a couple of years ago. So, very strong wet weather rider is Bezzecchi. Perhaps the surprise of the sprint yesterday, given the conditions, was Fabio Quartararo taking third place for the Yamaha squad. Just his second straight podium in spite of his first podium in the wet. Says that ultimately, when it comes to Yamaha and wet conditions, so that the regulars grip being put out around the circuits. Some circuits are much trickier in wet conditions. The band obvious, you want to put Quartararo ability on the podium. They meant the leader in the one a couple of years ago. Wet was especially gripping in wet conditions. There was quite a lot of water on the racetracks in which held the Quartararo played 7th place, but the cheest same already best first laps or first 3 corners I'm seeing for quite some time. Well, at the back, he's got a MotoGP social media challenge to wide on door with Fabio Quartararo. During the first 3 corners, he went out the outside Lax Marquez and then out the inside of the recovering Martin Marquez. The consecutive corners completed that first lap in 3rd place. With his second sprint podium in the drifting, of course, it was right here at the Sachsenring 3 years ago. And the Quartararo was less victorious on the Grand Prix Sunday. Far too long of the barren run for a rider of his at pure and undoubted class. Marquez, smart that is, has taken control of this warm session just as we thought he would do. Pedro Acosta comes from turn 8 this tug around on the black stuff because yesterday he was running pretty strongly and that took Tony Battle out in the sprint yesterday when he had a real big scare as well, washing the front down. The compromise were attempting to put it on the inside in that turn 8. It was you have a tight rating that turn 8 with your secure two close to the inside. There was a ball to negotiate. The ball secure on the outside. The white line was really precarious. It's all a few riders caught up in the right conditions. But Costa went off-roading and did a great job on the RC16. He recovered that straight and tried to score the last point of yesterday's spring. So back Costa was at 9 after Brad Binder led the KTM charge yesterday. The very red was into the top 6 by Saturday afternoon for the South and working. In fact, he was his best spring British in 18 since Emilia Romagna last year, one place behind Jack Miller, who also shone in that white sprint. The Aussie, his best sprint in 20 since the Whitehall ring last year. And also with the disappointed, they've been out down to 18 riders we start. And South Beach Children Board Boy, it has led to a bit of reshuffling of the grid. Front man, that's the only one on the grid that remains unchanged. Marcus Sarko Betsecki. But of course, Alex Marquez, a Quattro is now your second overlay joint. Antonio is pointing up to 7, then of Miller and Brad Binder, who is now on 1-3. And pick up Manyaya, who balls caught by down in 11th place, does get promoted up into 10th on the grid for this afternoon's German Grand Prix. And he needs every position he can get to the moment. Flutter Lens the first rider in this one session to take out the checker flag. Thanks to Tika for that he stitched tight to the 129 toy, 723, what a mind was. Yesterday, he led the first 40 laps, but just came up short as a marauding Marquez produced a brilliant lane charge. Let's not forget Mark, having started from pole position, tries it a little bit too hot in the first corner as he tried to detect his advantage. He was back as low as 5th, wasn't he? And nearly plowed that to a sprint. But it was once again a fine recovery at its thinks of Betseppi on the last laps. They got tight in the first couple of corners. After once again, he was the man on Saturdays. So it has been some hurry in 2025 way stage of the season out to sprints. 11 down, 11 to go. And Marquez already won 10 of the 10 and counting. Riders are now leading pit lane to take two. Well, it looks like a slightly greasy racetrack. Jack, how you pit lane with an update on conditions, Jack? Unfortunately, Jack, we're not quite ticking you up at the moment. See, like, we've just got a couple of connection issues. Maybe a bit of little water in the system isn't plenty of water, so but this weekend, Jim. So as soon as we resolve those issues, we'll try and pick it up once again with Jack as it's starting to rain. So let's make sure the claims of which weather forecast you believe in this part of Eastern Germany. Some were saying after another right in the early hours this morning, we'll get no further away. But as you can see those live pictures right at the start of this morning session, some of the fans in the grandstands are going to the beyond banners and the goats. Yeah, and see so I'm commentary on Sweden down Fenway, Eddie's then we're not anywhere near as heavy as we saw yesterday when he really did catch it then. It shouldn't be wet such on anything. My again up into but see what a freight ball by getting and then behind ball wet spring of the centre forward sprint behind. They make the Tina Howard we've seen in MotoGP. Most of the greedies wet spring, which I'm called the Sunstones with Banga my eye and sequel and trace. The very same story unfolded yesterday. My eye and white keyboard sport ice sent yesterday and some sad spinch was an hour competitive divorce. The Kawanya pretty standing child twice and never looked like he was going towards the pretty points at this day. There is no way to sugarcoat it because an abysmal Saturday. Saw Magnier who this third time in the sprint here at British finished inside about the top 10. Let's not forget how good he was in the rain conditions. He didn't pour at the end of last year. A real fight treasure Grand Prix when he was fighting to keep himself in the World Championship. But he's doing what he's no slouch in weight conditions, not busy. And Magnier, but he was nowhere near a big competitive yesterday, and he said if it rained this afternoon, it was going to be the Shirin exit start when he'll find himself 40 or 50 seconds and Van replied the front pace, which is interestingly heard off a rider of his players, and I don't think he should have got United to say that it. But yeah, I know he did something to Q2 and Friday. We wouldn't have made it on me Saturday, had he had to go to 4-5 months. Remember, he's only 9 at the end of Friday practice. He's sort of straight true in some ways. into qualifying to, even though he both on his pace in the driver's slightly better than that. But yeah, it feels the top 5 is possible today. We have a full dry corn grey button, despite what the mother fabrics may say. Look outside our common jumps under the skies. I'm getting this to say with great certainty that he's going to be full dry later on. But if he's full dry, thank you Bagnoia, but happy with the 5th place. I mean, he's just not cutting it at all, is it? And Phil, we are still a double world champion. We know he's had all kinds of issues this year with the lack of front end seal, the lack of front end governance. Well, yesterday, in the way I think to his worries with just 0 rig with those rallies. Just how multitude of things he was dealing with on that factory, the Capri GP25. John Marco's lacking the found this damp, won the session. He felt like he was he certainly felt like he was a real big missed opportunity yesterday to not only make it to his first big podium, but potentially his first sprint win opportunities to take the spoils against such a dominant force like the Catchy, in particular Marc Marquez. They don't come around too often. He took his big chance to meet at the French Grand Tour in the one a few weeks ago, but the meet events of a rear rain tide weren't so greeted for him in qualifying the other front right, and they just never came in at the start of yesterday's sprint. He dropped down from second on the grid. He was as well as 10th at one stage early on. He did actually set a second behind Slatten above the sprint eventually, once he has been able to generate temperature in those mid-tube rain tyres. But certainly more expensive, much needed from Zarco in the sprinting yourself. If you try to dig it up once I game with Jan. Yeah, hopefully a little bit in my ears. I keep coming in and out. It's got as I just might and said, you can now hear me loud and clear to think against you. I was not just sick of the way I've started to form and and saw these pictures from the fans in the grandstands putting the umbrellas up. It's been this drive fight up the tick message just scaring you out words throughout the day. Definitely as we go racing later on for the bikes, one will be wet, one will be if it wasn't, we'll be giving a flag to the bike factors and none of them swear quick reactions. Side between a big result and a poor result. It's going to be right there. Where have we opted like there's the risk a lot? Codes kept on in a big roar. So much Giacchia is going to be getting sore next, looking at the skies out with dramatic proceedings. So are we going to be in sort of a like to flag the scenario? John Zarco won't be too bothered if that's the case at the all of the draw that we saw. We're going to be so proud at the Le Mans circuit. Pat Marquez yesterday, by his own admission, says he might have to re-himself in a little bit at this happening because he said, yeah, it was fantastic to win that 10 sprint, but he took a lot of risks to do it. At times I think he's something so pretty self with that them demos, that shoulder saying, what are you doing? In the Lord Champs about my what are you taking all these risks for? When he's trying to fight his natural killer instinct is he to just go for the jugular, and that's natural tour instinct which has made him such a phenomenal rider over here. That's why he's had over a century of done the things across old Black Sea. That is why he's won 68 MotoGP races now. Chasing the 69th of it, they were taking clear in second place all time. What a heady Chambuanestinian, 20 behind the great Malantino, was in his 200th MotoGP starts at Marquez, and he's looking to celebrate it in the Grand Banner. If he was thinking of a championship best stage of the sprint bands, he pointed out once he got down to the final lap, Fortune final lap, 8 to 8 to the victory, no thought at all for the World Championship. They were used then at the might written on course to maybe top this pre-race form of session. And main all shine, he's been in the mix, it's been spectacular the water times. There's been a few big scares throughout the weekend for Mark in both dry and wet conditions. When he tasked Fabio Quartararo yesterday to take second in that sprint, he almost lost the race, dropping down through turn 2. He got tight late on, and bad with Marco Bezzecchi. It's not rule out bench from being a serious contender. And if it is wet this afternoon, of course, he's frozen. The Tuning front run start delivered yesterday, rain Q2. As his first ever MotoGP victory, of course, was in the wet. That saw VR4060 tracks in Argentina a couple of years ago. So, very strong wet weather rider is Bezzecchi. Perhaps the big surprise of the sprint yesterday, behind the conditions, was Fabio Quartararo taking third place for the Yamaha squad. Just his second straight podium in spite of his first podium in the wet. says that ultimately, when it comes to Yamaha and wet conditions, it's all down to the regulars grip being put out around the circuits. Some circuits are much slippier in wet conditions. The band Albies, you want lots of hard finish on the volume. They made the leaker in the one a couple of years ago. What was this especially gripping in wet conditions? And there was quite a lot of water on the racetracks there, which held the bottle. Our Pope 7th place, but the cheese, same already best first laps or first three corners we've seen for quite some time. More at the back, he's got a MotoGP social media challenge to wide on door with Fabio Moto through the first three corners. He went out the outside lights Marquez and May out the inside of the recovering Martin Marquez. The consecutive corners completed that first lap in third place. With his second sprint period in the 16, of course, it was right here at the Sachsenring 3 years ago. And the Quattraro was less victorious on the Grand Prix Sunday. Far too long of the barren run for a rider of this at pure and undoubted class. And Marquez, smart that he has taken control of this warm session just as we thought he would do. Pedro Acosta comes short in turn 8. And this tug around on the black stuff because yesterday he was pretty strongly in that Tony battle at end of sprint yesterday where he had a real big scare as well. Watching the front arm, Leo compromise were attempting to put on the inside of that turn 8. It was you hold a tight rating that turn 8. You're secure. Seeing close to the inside, there was a ball to negotiate. The ball secure on the outside. The white line was really precarious. We saw a few riders caught up in the weight conditions. Acosta went off-road and did a great job on the RC16. He recapitulated and tried to score the last point of yesterday's sprint. When Acosta was at 9 after Brad Binder led the KTM charge yesterday. And the very red was into the top 6 on Saturday afternoon for the South and working. In fact, it was his best sprint finish in 18 since Emilia-Romagna last year. One place behind Jack Miller, who also shone in that weight sprint. The Aussie, his best sprint in 20 since the Whitehall ring last year. And also with the disappointed, they'll be out down to 18 riders who start. And Southeast German board where he has led to a bit of a reshuffle of the grid. From Marlins, the only one on the grid that remains unchanged. Marquez Sarko Bezzecchi. But Acosta, Alex Marquez, a Quattraro is now your second overlay joint. Antonio is pointing up to 7, then of Miller and Brad Binder was now on 1-3. And Pecco Bagnaia, who balls caught by down in 11th place, does get promoted up into 10th on the grid for this afternoon's German Grand Prix. And in every position he can get to the moment. In the 15-lap sprint yesterday, he led the first 40 laps, but just came up short as a marauding Marquez produced a brilliant lane charge. Let's not forget Mark, having started from pole position, tries it a little bit too hot in the first corner as he tried to detect his advantage. He was back as low as 5th, wasn't he? And nearly tied that to a sprint. But it was once again a fine recovery. You'd think of Bezzecchi on the last laps. They got tight in the first couple of corners. After once again, he was the man on Saturdays. So has been some 120 with my way stage of the season out to sprints. 11 down, 11 to go. And Marquez already won. Second of the 10 and counting. Riders are now leading. Pit lane to take to what looks like a slightly greasy racetrack. Jack, how you pit lane with an update on conditions, Jack? Unfortunately, Jack, we're not quite ticking you up at the moment. See, we've just got a couple of connection issues. Maybe a bit on their water in the system isn't plenty of water, so after this weekend, Jim. So as soon as we've resolved those issues, we'll try and pick it up once again with Jack as it's starting to rain. So let's make sure the claims of which weather forecast you believe in this part of Eastern Germany. Some are saying after another right in the early hours this morning, we'll really no further away. Let's consider those live pictures right at the start of this morning session. Some of the fans in the grandstands are going to the beyond banners and the goats. Yeah, and so I'm commenting on Twitter down Fernway. That is then we're not anywhere near as heavy as we saw yesterday when he really did punch it down. It shouldn't be wet to try and think my again up into but it's what a free ball by getting and hanging Bimbling on ball wet sprint of the centre forward sprint we had. They make bits, you know how would we've seen in MotoGP. Most of the previous wet sprint, which I'm called the Sunstones of Benga Maya and Sequid and Trace, the very same story unfolded yesterday. Maya and White keyboard sport ice sent yesterday in some sad speech was an hour competitive divorce. The Corona pretty standing child twice and never looked like he was going towards the pretty points at this day. There is no way to sugarcoat it because an abysmal Saturday saw Magnier this third time in the sprint here, but he's finished inside around the top 10. Let's not forget how good he was in the weight conditions. He didn't pour around the end of last year. A real fight, treasure Graph 3 when he was fighting to keep himself in the World Championship. But he's bang right, he's no slouch in weight conditions, not busy. Bang yeah, but he was nowhere near a big competitive yesterday. And he said if he rained this afternoon, it was going to be the Shibi Electric Star where he'll find himself 40 or 50 seconds and back behind the front pace, which isn't really interestingly heard of for a rider of his plans. And I don't think he's really got either to say that it. But yeah, I know he did something to Q2 on Friday. We wouldn't have made it on the Saturday had he had to go through qualifying months. Remember, he's only 9 to the end of Friday practice. He's sort of scraped through in some ways into qualifying to even at 35 on his pace in the driver's slightly better than that. But yeah, it feels the top 5 is possible today. We have a full dry corn parade button. Despite what the mother fabric space said, look outside our common trunks under the skies. I'm getting this to say with great certainty that he's going to be full dry later on. But if he's full dry, thank you Banyoya, but happy with the 5th place. I mean, he's just not cutting it at all, is it? And Phil, the Silver double world champion, we know he's had all kinds of issues this year with the lack of front end steel, the lack of front end governance. Well, yesterday, the way I think to his worries was just 0 read with those rallies. Just how multitude sickness he was dealing with on that factory, the Capri GP25. John Marco's like the email found this damn one of the session. He felt like he was a beast, he felt like he was a real big missed opportunity yesterday to not only make it to his first sprint podium, but potentially his first sprint win. Opportunities to take the spoils against such a dominant force like the catch in particular Marc Marquez. They don't go around too often. He took his big chance to me at the French Grand Tour in the one a few weeks ago, but the meat events of a rear rain tide weren't so greeted for him in qualifying the other front drive. And just never came in at the start of yesterday's sprint. He dropped down from second on McGrady, was as well as 10th at one stage early on. He did actually set a second practice Latin of the sprint, and eventually once he has been able to generate temperature in those Michelin rain tyres, but certainly more expensive, much heated from Sarko in the sprinting yourself. If you try to dig it up one side game with Jan, yeah, hopefully a little bit in my ears, I keep coming in and out. It's got as I just might and said, you can now hear me loud and clear to think the gates. I was purchasing the rain out starting to fall, but obviously saw these pictures from the fans in the grandstand putting the umbrellas up. It's been described by a couple of TikTok message just scaring you out words throughout the day. Definitely as we go racing later on, for the bikes, one will be wet, one will be. If we wouldn't, we'll be giving a flag to the bike factors and none of them swear quick reactions. Side which we have big result, our result is going to be right as where have we often like there's the risk a lot codes kept on in big roar. Getting quite so much Jackie is going to be getting sore next looking at the skies out with giraffe proceedings. So are we going to be in sort of a quite to flag the scenario John Zarko work with you, but if that's the case at the all of the drive that we saw, we'll put every same proud at the Le Mans circuit. Pat Marquez yesterday, by his own admission, says he won't have to re himself in a little bit at this happening because he said, yeah, it was fantastic to win that 10 sprint, but he took a lot of risks to do it. At times I think he's something so pretty as hell with that demo that shoulder saying, what are you doing? In the old chance about my what are you taking all these risks for? But he's trying to fight this natural killer instinct, isn't he, to just go for the jugular. And that's natural killer instinct, which has made him such a phenomenal rider over here. That's why he's had over a century of done the things across our Brazil. That is why he's won 68 MotoGP races now. Chasing the 69th of it, they were taking clear in second place all time. What a heady champion is Dinian. He's 20 behind the great Malantino Rossi. It's 200. MotoGP starts at my Marquez, and he's looking to celebrate it in the Grand Banner. He was thinking of a championship at stage of the sprint, but as he pointed out, once he got down to the final lap, Fortune final lap, hate to make the victory, no fault at all, at the World Championship. Here he is then at the mic written on course to maybe top of his pre-race form session. And main all shine, he's been in the mix, it's been spectacular the water times. There's been a few big scares throughout the weekend for Mark in both dry and wet conditions. When he tasked Fabio Quartararo yesterday to take second in that sprint, he almost lost the race, dropping down through turn 2. He got tight late on, and now with Marco Bezzecchi, the not a rule out bench from being a serious contender. And if it is wet this afternoon, of course, he's frozen. The tooling at front run start delivered yesterday, rain Q2. As his first ever MotoGP venture, of course, was in the wet. That's all VR4060 tracks in Argentina a couple of years ago. So, very strong wet weather rider is best. Absolutely surprised the sprinters today. Given the conditions was Fabio Quartararo taking third place for the Yamaha squad. Just his second straight podium in spite of his first podium in the wet. Says that ultimately, when it comes to Yamaha and wet conditions, it's all down to the regulars grip being put out around the circuits. Some circuits are much slippery in what conditions the van obvious. You want Quartararo finishing on the podium. They made the leaker in the one a couple of years ago. What was this especially gripping in wet conditions? There was quite a lot of water on the racetracks there, which held the Quartararo played 7th place, but the cheest same already best first laps or first 3 corners and seen for quite some time. Well, at the back, he's got a MotoGP social media challenge to wide on door with Fabio Quartararo. During the first 3 corners, he went out the outside lights Marquez and then out the inside of the recovering Martin Marquez. The consecutive corners completed that first lap in 3rd place. With his second sprint podium in the strict thing, of course, it was right here at the Sachsenring 3 years ago. And the Quartararo was less victorious on the Grand Prix Sunday. Far too long with the barren run for a rider of his at pure and undoubted class. Marquez, smart that he has taken control of this warm session just as we thought he would do. Pedro Acosta comes from turn 8 at this tug around on the black stuff because yesterday he was running pretty strongly in that podium battle in the sprint yesterday when he had a real big scare as well, washing the front down. The compromise were attempting something put on the inside in that turn 8. It was you hold a tight rating that turn 8 of your secure too close to the inside. There was a ball to negotiate. The ball secure on the outside. The white line was really precarious. We saw a few riders caught out in the right conditions. But Costa went off-roading and did a great job on the RC16. He recovered that straight and tried to score the last point of yesterday's sprint. And back Costa was at 9 after Brad Binder led the KTM charge yesterday. The very red was into the top 6 by Saturday afternoon for the South Antwerp. In fact, it was his best sprint British in 18 since Emilia Romagna last year. 1 place behind Jack Miller, who also shone in that white sprint. The Aussie, his best sprint in 20 since the Whitehall ring last year. And of course, with the disappointed, they'll be out down to 18 riders we start. And Sapping's children for it has led to a bit of reshuffle of the grid. Front man, that's the only one on the grid that remains unchanged. Marquez Sarko Betsecki. But of course, Alex Marquez, a Quartararo is now your second overlay orange chair. Antonio is pointing up to 7, then of Miller and Brad Binder, who is now on 1-3. And pick up Magnaia, of course, qualifies down in 11th place, does get promoted up into 10th on the grid for this afternoon's German Grand Prix. And he's every position he can get to the moment. In the 15-lap sprint yesterday, he led the first 40 laps, but just came up short as a marauding Marquez produced a brilliant lane charge. Let's not forget Mark, having started from pole position, tries it a little bit too hot in the first corner as he tried to detect his advantage. He was back as low as 5th, wasn't he? And nearly tied that to a sprint. But it was once again a fine recovery. You'd think of Betseppi on the last laps. They got tight in the first couple of corners. After once again, he was the man on Saturdays. So it has been some hard in 2020. Way stage of the season out to sprints. 11 down, 11 to go. And Marquez already won 10 of the 10 and counting. Riders are now leading pit lane to take to what looks like a slightly greasy racetrack. Jack, how you pit lane with an update on conditions, Jack? Unfortunately, Jack, we're not quite ticking you up at the moment. See, we've just got a couple of connection issues. Maybe a bit on their water and the system isn't plenty of water, so this weekend, Jim. So as soon as we resolve those issues, we'll try and pick it up once again with Jack as it's starting to rain. So let's make sure the claims of which weather forecast you believe in this part of Easter Derby. Some are saying after another right in the early hours this morning, we'll really no further away. But as you can see, those light pictures right at the start of this morning session. Some of the fans in the grandstands are going to the beyond banners and the goats. Yeah, and see our commentary on Twitter, don't we? That is then we we're not anywhere near as heavy as we saw yesterday when he really did punch it down. It shouldn't be wet such on and think more again up into but see what a freight call by getting and hanging living on both wet springs of the centre forward sprint we had. They make bits, you know how it's we've seen in MotoGP. Most of the greedies wet spring, which I'm called the sunstones of bang my eye and sequel and trace the very same story unfolded yesterday. My eye and white key will sport ice and yesterday and some sad speech was an how uncompetitive he was. The Kawanya pretty standing child twice and never looked like he was going towards some pretty points at this day. There is no way to sugarcoat it because an abysmal Saturday. Saw my yard in the third time. In the sprint here, everybody's finished inside around the top 10. Let's not forget how good he was in the rain conditions. He didn't pour around the end of last year. A real fight treasure Grand Prix when he was fighting to keep himself in the World Championship. But he's bang right, he's no slouch in weight conditions, not busy. But he was nowhere near a big competitive yesterday. And he said if it rained this afternoon, it was going to be the Shibi exit start when he found himself 40 or 50 seconds and ran behind the front pace, which isn't really interestingly heard of for a rider of his class. And I don't think he should have got either to say that it. But yeah, I know he did something to Q2 and Friday. We wouldn't have made it on me Saturday had he had to go through qualifying months. Remember, he's only 9 to the end of Friday practice. He's sort of scraped through in some ways into qualifying to even though he broke on his pace in the driver slightly better than that. But yeah, it feels the top 5 is possible today. We have a full dry Grand Prix button. Despite what the mother families may say, look outside our common trunks under the skies. I'm getting this to say with great certainty that he's going to be full dry later on. But if he's full dry, thank you bang your but happy with the 5th place. I mean, he's just not cutting it at all, is it? And Phil, the Silver double world champion, we know he's had all kinds of issues this year with the lack of front end steel, the lack of front end governance. Well, yesterday, in the way I think to his worries was just 0 rig with those rallies. Just how both the tunes things he was dealing with on that factory, the Cappy GP25. John Marco's like the found this damp, all the session. He felt like he was he certainly felt like he was a real big missed opportunity yesterday to not only make it to his first sprint podium, but potentially his first sprint win. Opportunities to take the spoils against such a dominant force like the catch in particular Marc Marquez. They don't go around too often. He took his big chance to meet at the French Grand Prix in the one a few weeks ago, but the meet events of a rear rain tide and weren't so greeted for him in qualifying the other front right, and they just never came in at the start of yesterday's sprint. He dropped down from second on the grid. He was as well as 10th at one stage early on. He did actually set a second behind his Latin of the sprint eventually once he has been able to generate temperature in those Michelin rain tyres. But certainly more expensive, much needed from Sarko in the sprinting yourself. If you try to dig it up once again with Jan, yeah, hopefully a little bit in my ears. I keep coming in and out. It's got as I just might and said he can now hear me loud and clear to think we get it. I was not just sick of the rain outside to fall, but I saw these pictures from the fans in the grandstands putting the umbrellas up. It's been this drive fight, look at TikTok message, just scaring you onwards throughout the day. Definitely as we go racing, lights on, for the bikes, one will be wet, one will be. If we will be giving a flat to the bike factors and none of them swear quick reactions. Side between a big result and our result is going to be right ish. Where have we opted like there's the risk a lot codes kept on in big oil. Getting quite so much Jackie is going to be getting sore next looking at the skies out with dramatic proceedings. Are we going to be in sort of a like to fight the scenario John Zarko work which you bothered if that's the case at the all of the drive that we saw. We'll put every so proud at the Le Mans circuit. Pat Marquez yesterday by his own admission says he might have to re-himself in a little bit at this happening because he said yeah it was fantastic to win that 10 sprint but he took a lot of risks to do it. At times I think he's something so pretty as hell with that them downwards that shoulder saying what are you doing? The old chance about what are you taking all these risks for? But he's trying to fight his natural killer instinct is he to just go for the jugular, and that's natural tour instinct which has made him such a phenomenal rider over here. That's why he's had over a century of done the things cross off by sea. That is why he's won 68 MotoGP races now, chasing the 69th of it. They were taking clear in second place all time. Water Edich and Palestinian, 20 behind the great Malantino Rossi. It's 200 MOTOGP starts at Marquez, and he's looking to celebrate it in the grand manner. He was thinking of the championship best stage of the sprint, but as he pointed out, once he got down to the final lap, Fortune final lap, head-to-head to the victory, no fault at all for the World Championship. They were used then at the mic written on course to maybe top this pre-race warm-up session. And main or shine, he's been in the mid, has been spectacular the water times. There's been a few big scares throughout the weekend for Mark in both dry and wet conditions. When he tasked Fabio Quartararo yesterday to take second in that sprint, he almost lost the race, dropping down through turn 2. He got tight late on, and now with Marco Bezzecchi, it's not a rule out bench from being a serious contender. And if it is wet this afternoon, of course, he's frozen. The Tullinger front run start delivered yesterday in Q2. As his first ever MotoGP victory, of course, was in the wet. That's all VR4060 tracks in Argentina a couple of years ago. So, very strong wet weather rider is Bezzecchi. Perhaps the big surprise of the sprint yesterday, given the conditions, was Fabio Quartararo taking third place for the Yamaha squad. Just his second straight podium in spite of his first podium in the wet. Says that ultimately, when it comes to Yamaha and wet conditions, Soldenton, the regulars grip being put out around the circuits. Some circuits are much slippier in wet conditions. The Van Albrecht, you want Quartararo finish on the podium, then Mandalika in the one a couple of years ago, wet was especially gripping in wet conditions. There was quite a lot of water on the racetracks there, which helped with Quartararo played 7th place, but the cheest, same already best first laps or first 3 corners we've seen for quite some time. More at the mark, he's got a MotoGP social media challenge to wide on door with Fabio Quartararo. Through the first 3 corners, he went out the outside Alex Marquez, and then out the outside of the recovering Martin Marquez. The consecutive corners completed that first lap in 3rd place. With his second sprint podium in the sixth of course, it was right here at the Sachsenring 3 years ago. And Quartararo was less victorious on the Grand Prix Sunday. Far too long of the barren run for a rider of his at pure and undoubted class. Marquez, smart that is, has taken control of this warm session just as we thought he would do. Pedro Acosta comes from turn 8. And this tug around on the black stuff because yesterday he was running pretty strongly in that Tony battle in the sprint yesterday when he had a real big scare as well, washing the front down. Leo compromise were attempting something put on the inside in that turn 8. It was you have a tight rating that turn 8. Because if you're too close to the inside, there was a ball to negotiate. Of course, if you're on the outside, the white line was really precarious. It's all a few riders caught out in the right conditions. But Costa went off-roading and did a great job on the RC16. He recapitulated and tried to score the last point of yesterday's sprint. And back Costa was at 9 after Brad Binder led the KTM charge yesterday. The very red was into the top 6 on Saturday afternoon, so for the South and Woodkin. In fact, it was his best sprint British in 18 since Emilia Romagna last year. 1 place behind Jack Miller, who also shone in that white sprint. The Aussie, his best sprint in 20 since the Whitehall ring last year. And of course, with the disappointed, they'll be out down to 18 riders who start. And St. Fitzgerald boarding it has led to a bit of reshuffling of the grid. Front man, that's the only one on the grid that remains unchanged. Marquez, Marco Bezzecchi. But of course, Alex Marquez, a Quartararo is now your second place orange chair. Antonio is pointing up to 7, then of Miller and Brad Binder was now on 1-3. And Pecco Bagnaia, of course, qualifies down in 11th place, does get promoted up into 10th on the grid for this afternoon's German Grand Prix. And he needs every position he can get to the moment. In the 15-lap sprint yesterday, he led the first 40 laps, but just came up short as a marauding Marquez produced a brilliant lane charge. Let's not forget Mark, having started from pole position, tries it a little bit too hot in the first corner as he tried to detect his advantage. He was back as low as 5th, wasn't he? And nearly tied that to a sprint. But it was once again a fine recovery at you'd think of Bezzecchi on the last laps. They got tight in the first couple of corners. After once again, he was the man on Saturdays. So it has been some in 2020. Way stage of the season out to sprints. 11 down, 11 to go. And Marquez already won 10 of the 10 and counting. Riders are now leading pit lane to take 2. Well, it looks like a slightly greasy racetrack. Jack, how you pit lane with it up there on conditions, Jack? unfortunately, Jack, we're not quite ticking you up at the moment. See, like, we've just got a couple of connection issues. Maybe a bit on their water and the system isn't plenty of water, so I won't have this weekend, Jim. So as soon as we resolve those issues, we'll try and pick it up once again with Jack as it's starting to rain. So let's make sure the claims of which weather forecast you believe in this part of Easter Derby. Some are saying after another rain in the early hours this morning, we'll really no further away. But as you can see, those light pictures right at the start of this morning session, some of the fans in the grandstands are going to the up-runners and the goats. Yeah, and yeah, so I'm commentary on Twitter down, don't we? He's then we're not anywhere near as heavy as we saw yesterday when he really did punch it down. It shouldn't be wet such on and think my again up into but see what a free ball by getting and hanging maybe on ball wet spring of the centre forward sprint we had. They make the you know how would we've seen him on MotoGP. Most of the previous wet spring, which I'm called the sunstones up under my eye and sequel and trace the very same story unfolded yesterday. My eye and white key won't spot ice and yesterday and some sad speech was an hour competitive divorce the Kawanya pretty standing child twice and never looked like he was going towards some pretty points at this day. There is no way to sugarcoat it because an abysmal Saturday saw my yard for the third time in the sprint here. Everybody's finished inside around the top 10. Let's not forget how good he was in the rain conditions. He'd been poor around the end of last year. A real fight treasure Grand Prix when he was fighting to keep himself in the World Championship. But he's bang what he's no slouch in weight conditions, not busy. And yeah, well he was nowhere near a big competitive yesterday. And he said if it rained this afternoon, it was going to be the Shibi next start when he'll find himself 40 or 50 seconds and ran behind the front pace, which is interestingly heard off a rider of his players. And yeah, I don't think he should have got either to say that it. But yeah, I know he did something to Q2 on Friday. We wouldn't have made it on me Saturday, had he had to go through 4-5 months. Remember, he's only 9 at the end of Friday practice. He's sort of scraped through in some ways into qualifying to even though he on his pace in the driver's slightly better than that. But yeah, he feels the top 5 is possible today. We have a full dry Grand Prix button. Despite what the mother space said, look outside our common trunks under the skies. I'm getting this to say with great certainty that he's going to be full dry later on. But if he's full dry, thank you Bagnoia, but happy with the 5th place. I mean, just not cutting it at all, is it? And Phil, we are still a double world champion. We know he's had all kinds of issues this year with the lack of front end steel, the lack of front end governance. Well, yesterday, in the way I think to his worries with just 0 rig with those rallies. Just how both the tuning signals he was dealing with on that factory, the Cappy GP25. John Marco's lacking the found this damp one of the session. He felt like he was he certainly felt like he was a real big missed opportunity yesterday to not only make it to his first sprint podium, but potentially his first sprint win. Opportunities to take the spoils against such a dominant force like the catch in particular Marc Marquez. They don't go around too often. He took his big chance to meet at the French Grand Prix in the one a few weeks ago, but the meat events of a rear rain tide and weren't so greeted for him in qualifying the gun the front right. And they just never came in at the start of yesterday's sprint. He dropped down from second on when he was as well as 10th at one stage early on. He did actually set a second behind his Latin of the sprint eventually once he has been able to generate temperature in those mid-tube rain tyres. But certainly more expensive, much needed from Zarco in the sprinting yourself. If you try to dig it up one side game with Jam, yeah, hopefully a little bit in my ears. I keep coming in and out. It's got as I just might and said he can now hear me loud and clear to think the gates. I was not just sick of the rain started to fall, but I saw these pictures from the fans in the grandstands putting the umbrellas up. It's been this drive fight couple of tick message just scaring you out words throughout the day. Definitely as we go racing later on for the bikes, one will be wet, one will be if we will be giving a flag to the bike factors and none of them swear quick reactions side between a big result and a poor result. It's going to be right where have we opted like there's the risk a lot codes kept on in a big roar. So much Jackie is going to be getting sore next looking at the skies out with draft proceedings. Are we going to be in sort of a like to flag the scenario John Zarco which you bothered if that's the case at the all of the draw that we saw. We'll put every time proud at the Le Mans circuit. Pat Marquez yesterday by his own admission, says he might have to re himself a little bit at this athlete because he said, yeah, it was fantastic to win that 10 sprint, but he took a lot of risks to do it. At times I think he's something so pretty self with that them demos, that shoulder saying, what are you doing? The little chumps about what are you taking all these risks for? But he's trying to fight his natural killer instinct, isn't he, to just go for the jugular. And that's natural to our instincts, which has made him such a phenomenal rider over the years. That's why he's had over a century of done the things across our Blacksea. That is why he's won 68 MotoGP races now, chasing the 69th of it. They were taking clear in second place all time. What a Richigamme Palestinian, 20 behind the great Malantino, lost since 200. MotoGP starts at Marquez, and he's looking to celebrate it in the Grand Manor. He was thinking of the championship best stage of the sprint, but as he pointed out, once he got down to the final lap, Fortune, final lap, 8 to 8 bit of victory, no fault at all for the World Championship. They were used then at the might written on course to maybe top this pre-race form of session. And main or shine, he's been in the mix, it's been spectacular to watch at times. There's been a few big scares after the weekend for Mark in both dry and wet conditions. When he tasked Fabio Quartararo yesterday to take second in that sprint, he almost lost the race, dropping down through turn 2. He got tight late on, and bad with Marco Bezzecchi. It's not a rule out bench from being a serious contender. And if it is wet this afternoon, of course, he's frozen. The Tuning front run start delivered yesterday, in Q2. As his first ever MotoGP victory, of course, was in the wet. That's all VR4060 tracks in Argentina a couple of years ago. So, very, very strong wet weather rider is Bezzecchi. Perhaps the big surprise for the sprint yesterday, behind the conditions, was Fabio Quartararo taking third place for the Yamaha squad. Just his second straight podium in spite of his first podium in the wet. He says that ultimately, when it comes to Yamaha and wet conditions, so that the regulars grip being put out around the circuits. Such circuits are much trickier in wet conditions. The band obvious, you want to put Quartararo finish on the podium. They made the leaker in the one a couple of years ago. It was especially gripping in wet conditions. There was quite a lot of water on the racetracks there, which helped with Quartararo, who paid 7th place, but the cheese, same are the best first laps or first 3 corners machine for quite some time. Well, at the back, you've got a MotoGP social media challenge to wide on door with Fabio Quartararo. Through the first 3 corners, you went out the outside lights Marquez, and May out the outside of the recovering Martin Marquez. The consecutive corners completed that first lap in 3rd place. With his second sprint podium in the thing, of course, it was right here at the Sachsenring 3 years ago. And Quartararo was less victorious on the Grand Prix Sunday. Far too long of the barren run for a rider of his at pure and undoubted class. Marquez, smart that is, has taken control of this warm session just as we thought he would do. Pedro Acosta comes from turn 8. This tug around on the black stuff because yesterday he was running pretty strongly in that Tony battle in the sprint yesterday. Well, he had a real big scare as well, washing the front down. Leo Koppelmeyer's were attempting something put on the inside of that turn 8. It was you have a tight rating that turn 8. If you're secure 2 close to the inside, there was a ball to negotiate. But of course, if you're on the outside, the white line was really, really precarious. We saw a few riders caught out in the right conditions. But Costa went off-roading and did a great job on the RC16. He recovered actually and tried to score the last point of yesterday's sprint. And back Costa was at 9 after Brad Binder led the KTM charge yesterday. And the very red was into the top 6 by Saturday afternoon for the South and in fact it was his best sprint British in 18 since Emilia Romagna last year, 1 place behind Jack Miller, who also shone in that white sprint. The Aussie, his best sprint in 20 since the Whitehall ring last year. And of course with the disappointed, they'll be out down to 18 riders who start and South Fitzgerald board where he has led to a bit of reshuffle of the grid. Front man is the only one on the grid that remains unchanged. Marquez, Bezzecchi. But of course, Alex Marquez, a Quartararo is now your second place orange chat. Antonio is pointing up to 7, then of Miller and Brad Binder, who is now on 1-3. And pick up Bagnaia, of course, qualifies down in 11th place, does get promoted up into 10th on the grid for this afternoon's German Grand Prix. And he needs every position he can get to the moment. In the 15-lap sprint yesterday, he led the first 40 laps, but just came up short as a marauding Marquez produced a brilliant lane charge. Let's not forget Mark, having started from pole position, tries it a little bit too hot in the first corner as he tried to detect his advantage. He was back as low as fifth, wasn't he? And nearly tied that to a sprint. But it was once again a point recovery. You'd think of except on the last lap. They got tight in the first couple of corners. But once again, he was the man on Saturdays. So has been some hurry in 2020. Way stage of the season out to sprints. 11 down, 11 to go. And Marquez already won 10 of the 10 and counting. Riders are now leading pit lane to take to what looks like a slightly greasy racetrack. Jack, how you pit lane with an update on conditions, Jack? Unfortunately, Jack, we're not quite ticking you apart at the moment. See, we've got a couple of connection issues. Maybe a bit on the water in the system isn't plenty of water, so but this weekend, Jim. So as soon as we resolve those issues, we'll try and pick it up once again with Jack as it's starting to rain. So let's make sure the claims of which weather forecast you believe in this part of Inkster Derby. Some were saying after another bit of right in the early hours this morning, we'll really no further away. But as you can see, those light pictures right at the start of this morning session. Some of the fans in the grandstands are going to the beyond banners and the goats. Yeah, and yeah, so I'm commentary on Twitter down Fenway. He's then we're not anywhere near as heavy as we saw yesterday when he really did punch it down. It shouldn't be wet such on anything on my again up into but it's what a freight ball by getting and hanging building on more wet spring of the centre forward sprint we had. They make the how would we've seen in MotoGP. Most of the greedies wet spring, which I'm called the sunstones of bang on my eye and secret and trace the very same story unfolded yesterday. My eye and white key won't sport ice and yesterday and some sad speech was an hour competitive divorce to go on the eye pretty standing child twice and never looked like he was going towards a pretty points at this day. There is no way to sugarcoat it because an abysmal Saturday saw Magnani for the third time in the sprint here. Everybody's finished inside about the top 10. Let's not forget how good he was in the rain conditions. He didn't pour around the end of last year. A real fight treasure Grand Prix when he was fighting to keep himself in the World Championship. But he's bang right, he's no slouch in weight conditions, not busy. And but he was nowhere near big competitive yesterday, and he said if it rained this afternoon, it was going to be the Shibi Electric Star way, not found himself 40 or 50 seconds when Van required the front pace, which isn't interestingly heard of for a rider of his players, and I don't think he should have got either to say that it. But yeah, I know he did something to Q2 and Friday, but we wouldn't have made it on me Saturday, had he had to go to qualify monks. Remember, he's only 9 at the end of Friday practice. He's sort of scraped through in some ways into qualifying to, even though he both on his pace in the driver slightly better than that. But yeah, it feels the top 5 is possible today. We have a full dry corn parade button. Despite what the mother fabrics may say, look outside our common trunks under the skies. I'm getting this to say with great certainty that he's going to be full dry later on. But if he's full dry, thank you Bagnoia, but happy with the 5th place. I mean, just not cutting it at all, is it? And Phil, we saw a double world champion. We know he's had all kinds of issues this year with the lack of front end seal, the lack of front end governance. Well, yesterday, the way I think to his worries was just 0 really with those rallies. Just how multitude was sick as he was dealing with on that factory, the Capi GP25. John Marco's lacking the found this damp, won the session. He felt like he was he certainly felt like he was a real big missed opportunity yesterday to not only make it to his first big podium, but potentially his first sprint win opportunities to take the spoils against such a dominant force like the Catchin, in particular Marc Marquez. They don't go around too often. He took his big chance to meet at the French Grand Prix in the one a few weeks ago, but the meat events of a rearranged tide and weren't so creative for him in qualifying the gun the front right, and they just never came in at the start of yesterday's sprint. He dropped down from second on McGrady. He was as well as 10th at one stage early on. He did actually set for second behind Slatten of the sprint, and eventually once he has been able to generate temperature in those Michelin rain tyres, but certainly more expensive, much needed from Sarko in the sprinting yourself. If you try to dig it up once I game with Jan, hopefully a little bit in my ears. I keep coming in and out. It's got as I just might and said, you can now hear me loud and clear to think the gates. I was not just sick of the rain started to fall, but I saw these pictures from the fans in the grandstands putting the umbrellas up. It's been this drive fight, couple of tick message, just scaring you out words throughout the day. Stuff makes we go racing at lights wrong. For the bikes, one will be wet, what can be. everyone will be giving a flag to the back factors and none of them swear quick reactions. Side which we have big result and far result instead of it. Right, where have we popped it like there's the risk a lot codes kept on in big roar. Getting glad so much Jackie is going to be getting sore next looking at the skies out with draft proceedings. So are we going to be in sort of a like to flag the scenario John Zarko were which you bothered if that's the case at the all of the draw that we saw. We're going to be so proud at the Le Mans circuit. Pat Marquez yesterday, by his own admission, says he won't have to re-himself in a little bit at this happening because he said, yeah, it was fantastic to win that 10 sprint, but he took a lot of risks to do it. At times I think he's did so pretty hell with that them demos, that shoulder saying, what are you doing? In the Lord Chelsea back, man, what are you taking all these risks for? But he's tried to fight his natural killer instinct, isn't he, to just go for the jugular. And that's natural killer instinct, which has made him such a phenomenal rider over you. That's why he's had over a century of done the things across all Brazil. That is why he's won 68 MotoGP races now, chasing the 69th today. They were taking clear in second place all time. What a heady champion Estinian, 20 behind the great Malantino, lost since 200. MotoGP starts at Marquez and he's looking to celebrate it in the Grand Banner. He was thinking of the championship best age of the sprint, but as he pointed out, once he got down to the final lap, Fortune final lap, 8 to 8 to the victory, no fault at all for the World Championship. They were used then at the written on pause to maybe top this pre-race form of session. And main all shine, he's been in the mix, it's been spectacular the water times. There's been a few big scares after the weekend for Mark in both dry and wet conditions. And when he tasked Fabio Quartararo yesterday to take second in that sprint, he almost lost the race, dropping down through turn 2. He got tight late on, and bad with Marco Bezzecchi. It's not a rule out bench from being a serious contender. And if it is wet this afternoon, of course, he's frozen. The tooling at front run start delivered yesterday, rain Q2. As his first ever MotoGP victory, of course, was in the wet. That's all VR4060 tracks in Argentina a couple of years ago. So, very strong wet weather rider is Bezzecchi. Absolutely surprised the sprint yesterday. Behind the conditions was Fabio Quartararo taking third place for the Yamaha squad. Just his second straight podium in spite of his first podium in the wet. He says that ultimately, when it comes to Yamaha and wet conditions, so that the regulars grip being put out front of the circuits. Such circuits are much slippier in wet conditions. The band obvious, you want to put Quartararo finish on the podium. They made the leaker in the one a couple of years ago. Wet was especially gripping in wet conditions. So there was quite a lot of water on the racetracks there, which helped with Quartararo who paid 7th place, but the cheese same already best first laps or first 3 corners machine for quite some time. Well, at the back, if you've got a MotoGP social media challenge, come wide on door with Fabio Quartararo. Through the first 3 corners, he went out the outside laps Marquez and May out the inside of the recovering Martin Marquez. The consecutive corners completed that first lap in 3rd place. With his second sprint podium in the sixth of course, it was right here at the Sachsenring 3 years ago. And Quartararo was less victorious on the Grand Prix Sunday. Far too long of the barren run for a rider of his that pure and undoubted class. Marquez, smart that is, has taken control of this warm session just as we thought he would do. Pedro Acosta comes short in turn 8. This tug around on the black stuff because yesterday he was running pretty strongly in that Tony battle in the sprint yesterday where he had a real big scare as well, watching the front arm. Leo Koppelmeier were attempting something put on the inside of that turn 8. It was you have a tight rating that turn 8. If you're close to the inside, there was a ball to negotiate. Of course, if you're on the outside, the white line was really precarious. We saw a few riders caught up in the rain conditions. But Costa went off-roading and did a great job on the RC16. He recapitulated and tried to score the last point of yesterday's sprint. And back Costa was at 9 after Brad Binder led the KTM charge yesterday. And the very red was into the top 6 by Saturday afternoon so for the South and in fact it was his best sprint finish in 18 since Emilia Romagna last year, 1 place behind Jack Miller who also shone in that white sprint. The Aussie, his best sprint in 20 since the Whitehall ring last year. course with the disappointed still been out down to 18 riders we start. But something's still board worrying you. Has led to a bit of reshuffle off the grid. Front man, that's the only one on the grid that remains unchanged. Marcus Sarko Betsecki. But Acosta, Alex Marquez, a Quattro is now your second vocal age orange to Antonio is pointing up to 7, then of Miller and Brad Binding, who is now on 1-3. And pick up Anyaya, who balls qualifies down in 11th place, does get promoted up into 10th on the grid for this afternoon's German Grand Prix. And he needs every position he can get to the moment. In the 15-lap sprint yesterday, he led the first 40 laps, but just came up short as a marauding Marquez produced a brilliant lane charge. Let's not forget Mark, having started from pole position, tries it a little bit too hot in the first corner as he tried to detect his advantage. He was back as low as 5th, wasn't he? And nearly tied that to a sprint. But it was once again a point recovery at you'd think of Betseppi on the last laps. They got tight in the first couple of corners. After once again, he was the man on Saturdays. So has been some in 2020. Way stage of the season out to sprints. 11 down, 11 to go. And Marquez already won 10 of the 10 and counting. Riders are now leading pit lane to take two. Well, looks like a slightly greasy racetrack. Jack, how you pit lane it up there on conditions, Jack? Unfortunately, Jack, we're not quite ticking you apart at the moment. See, Laurie's got a couple of connection issues. Maybe a bit of water in the system isn't plenty of water, so but this weekend, Jim. So, as soon as we resolve those issues, we'll try and pick it up once again with Jack as it's starting to rain. So let's make sure the claims of which weather forecast you believe in this part of Eastern Germany. Some are saying after another bit right in the early hours this morning, we'll get no further away. But as you can see, those live pictures right at the start of this morning session. Some of the fans in the grandstands are going to the Beyond Banners and the Goats. Yeah, and yeah, so I'm commentary on Sweden down, don't we? Heavy's then we're not anywhere near as heavy as we saw yesterday when he really did punch it down. It shouldn't be wet to try and think my again up into but it's what a free fall by getting and hanging living on more wet sprint of the centre forward sprint we had. They make the Tina Howard we've seen in MotoGP. Most of the previous wet sprint, which I'm called the sunstones with Banga my eye and sequel and trace. The very same story unfolded yesterday. My eye and white keyboard sport ice sent yesterday and some sad speech was an hour competitive divorce. The Corona pretty standing child twice and never looked like he was going towards the pretty points at this day. There is no way to sugarcoat it because an abysmal Saturday saw Magnani for the third time in the sprint here. Everybody's finished inside around the top 10. Let's not forget how good he was in the rain conditions. He didn't borrow at the end of last year. A real fight treasure Grand Prix when he was fighting to keep himself in the World Championship. But he's bang right, he's no slouch in rain conditions, not busy. And well, he was nowhere near big competitive yesterday, and he said if it rained this afternoon, it was going to be the Shibi exit start when he'll ban himself 40 or 50 seconds. And Van replied the front pace, which is interestingly heard of for a rider of his plans, and I don't think he should have got either to say that it. But yeah, I know he did something to Q2 and Friday, we wouldn't have made it on me Saturday, had he had to go to qualifying months. Remembering he's only 9 to the end of Friday practice. He's sort of scraped through in some ways into qualifying to, even though he both on his pace in the driver's slightly better than that. But yeah, it feels the top 5 is possible today. We have a full dry Grand Prix, but despite what the mother families may say, look outside our common trunks under the skies. I'm getting this to say with great certainty that he's going to be full dry later on. But if he's full dry, thank you Banyoya, but happy with the 5th place. I mean, just not cutting it at all, is it? And Phil, the Silver double world champion, we know he's had all kinds of issues this year with the lack of front end steel, the lack of front end governance. Well, yesterday, in the way I think to his worries was just 0 read with those rallies. Just how multitude of things he was dealing with on that factory, the Capi GP25. John Marco's lacking the found this damp, the whole of the session. He felt like he was he felt like he was a real big missed opportunity yesterday to not only make it to his first big podium, but potentially his first sprint win opportunities to take the spoils. Against such a dominant force like the catch in particular Marc Marquez, they don't go around too often. He took his big chance to meet at the French Grand Prix in the one a few weeks ago, but the mediums of rear rank tide weren't so creative for him in qualifying the other front right, and just never came in at the start of yesterday's sprint. He dropped down from second on the grid. He was as well as 10th at one stage early on. He did actually set a second to Slatten of the sprint eventually once he has been able to generate temperature in those Michelin rain tyres. But certainly your expensive, much ahead from Zarco in the sprinting yourself. If you try to pick it up once again with Jan, hopefully a little bit in my ears. I keep coming in and out. It's got as I just might and said, you can now hear me loud and clear to think against you. I was not just sick of the rain outside to fall, but obviously saw these pictures from the fans in the grandstands putting the umbrellas up. It's been destroyed by a couple of TikTok message just scaring you out words throughout the day. Definitely as we go racing later on, for the bikes, one will be wet, one will be if we will be giving a flag to the bike factors and none of them swear quick reactions. Side which we have big result and poor result instead of it. Right, where have we opted like there's the risk a lot codes kept on in big oil. Getting quite so much Jackia is going to be getting sore next looking at the skies out with giraffe proceedings. So are we going to be in sort of a like to flag the scenario John Zarco were which you but if that's the case at the all of the draw that we saw we've got to be so proud at the Le Mans circuit. Pat Marquez yesterday by his own admission says he might have to re himself in a little bit at this happening because he said it was fantastic to win that 10 sprint but he took a lot of risks to do it. At times I think he's did so pretty self with that them demos that shoulder saying what are you doing? In the Lord chance about my what are you taking all these risks for? But he's trying to fight his natural killer instinct is he to just go for the jugular, and that's natural killer instinct which has made him such a phenomenal rider over here. That's why he's had over a century of done the things across all class. That is why he's won 68 MotoGP races now. Chasing the 69th of it, they were taking clear in second place all time. What ahead each and one is Dinian, 20 behind the great Malantino was since 200 MotoGP starts at Marquez, and he's looking to celebrate it in the Grand Banner. He was thinking of a championship best stage of the sprint, but as he pointed out, once he got down to the final lap, Fortune final lap, 8 to 8 to the victory, no fault at all for the World Championship. Here he was then at the mic written on course to maybe top this pre-race form session. And main or shine, he's been in the mix. It's been spectacular the water times. There's been a few big scares after at the weekend for Mark in both dry and wet conditions. When he tasked Fabio Quartararo yesterday to take second in that sprint, he almost lost the race, dropping down through turn 2. He got tight late on and bad with Marco Bezzecchi. The smokes rule out bench from being a serious contender. And if it is wet this afternoon, of course, he's frozen. The Tullinger front run start delivered yesterday, rain Q2. As his first ever MotoGP victory, of course, was in the wet. That saw VR 4060 tracks in Argentina a couple of years ago. So, very strong wet weather rider is Bezzecchi. Absolutely surprised the sprint yesterday. Given the conditions was Fabio Quartararo taking third place for the Yamaha squad. Just his second straight podium in spite of his first podium in the wet. Says that ultimately, when it comes to Yamaha and wet conditions, Soldahenson, the regulars grip being put out from the circuits. Some circuits are much slippier in wet conditions. The Van Albrecht, what's on our ability on the podium, and Mandalika in the one a couple of years ago, wet was especially gripping in wet conditions. And there was quite a lot of water on the racetracks in which held the bottle our own paid 7th place, but the cheese same already best first laps or first 3 corners we've seen for quite some time. More at the mark, you've got a MotoGP social media challenge to wide on door with Fabio Quartararo. Through the first 3 corners, he went out the outside lights Marquez and May out the inside of the recovering Martin Marquez. The consecutive corners completed that first lap in third place. With his second sprint playing in the thing, of course, in the fight. quite close together? No, I think everybody now I'm good. 10 races as I said, 10 at the start of the year, and yeah, everybody's so we done it. So you saw yesterday or Friday, Monday off road the record. I was up far off, so yeah, you know, we have race, and let's see if we can stay. Good luck, have a good one. Thank you. He had a great job yesterday. I quite often then his first ever pole position. And what a chance to lead a Grand Prix for the very first time, perhaps in the grid. There is one of the rookie sensations this season, Max Keeles. I guess the sort of first minor blood of his copybook, yes. Well, last time out in Assen, when he was right in the thick of that intense podium battle before he crashed out, and did we manage actually to finish in 15th place. Despite the stats he's missed Grand Prix so far this season, Keeles somehow still top side in the World Championship. Our friendly battle minister, one of our podcast colleagues, Keeles was my tip for lynching. Today, I think he's got a real chance from 7th, because he's got 15. And for the young chargers and rookies outside him, fighting that dead with a great group from Andy Cannon and Eddie O'Shea, who we've already heard from. In terms of the championship contenders, of course, Alara can't pay the leading of 13th bit place on the grid, but the other championship contenders, deep factor, that went with the pilifying yesterday. Aiko Begueras and Jose Antonio Rueda, they start together on the foreground. Jose Antonio Rueda, 69 points clear of car fighting in the championship, same material of what happened on the second of our 7 double headers here in Germany today, and Liberal next weekend, heading like on his holidays in the summer break. Rueda will be the World Championship leader. There was Eddie O'Shea, the 18-year-old born and bred righty Mike Nick of the Woods in Astrid-Zinch in Leicestershire. So we're not biased in this comedy box, but I will be keeping a very close side on the young Mr. O'Shea. So here is the Keras then, who they both found this year deep in the pack and struggling to get those overtakes done, but can make his way through the field. That is not something that Keras could have filtered something from again today. He starts from 10th place on the grid. He's only finished ahead of his championship rival, Jose Antonio Rueda, on 2 occasions so far this season. That is simply not enough if he wants to challenge this World Championship. He's out forward, 70 points off the pace. There is Jose Antonio Rueda, your runaway World Championship leader, pole position and victory in Assen in what was his 50th Grand Prix start. 6 winners in the opening 10 Grand Prix so far for the 19-year-old Spaniard. Lowest qualifying of the year so far, first time actually starting outside of the top 10 for Red Bull KTM higher. He was running a strong second here last year. Rueda, of course, where his bike locked up in the first corner on that 22 at 23. Which is trying to make it 8 wins for that Rueda. He has got work to do coming from that 12th place, back at the full strike for the World Championship leader. Speaking of career best qualifyings, we have another one here. Marcos Uriarte, 11th place. He starts on the grid, of course, switched across. So on the M-Labs, he scored at the start of the season. And of course, injuries have affected that as well. But Marcos Uriarte, of course, the replacement for the foreseeable future for the injured Matteo Bertelli, who we essentially hope to see back after the summer break. Alessandro Tonucci did say, speaking to our colleague Andy at York a race or 2 ago, that he's hopeful of seeing Bertelli after the summer break. He does be watching on, but Marcos Uriarte starting in left place. Of course, he's got 2 of the big championship front runners either side of him on the grid. Back to Keras 10, Jose Antonio Rueda 12th, either side, while doing Spanish like Uriarte. You can now see from the overhead shot on the grid, that's generally bone dry on that grid. When we were coming on the air about 10-15 minutes ago, there was some damp patches, particularly on the right-hand side as you look. They now look to have disappeared, and we have a bone dry grid for this Grand Prix. Joel Kilso, in 30th position. Now, we didn't see his crash yesterday, but we know he had one coming down the waterfall section. Kelso was reviewed this morning in the run-up to the Grand Prix. So he's carrying some bruises, some bumps, and some pain, but Kelso, he's getting his elbows out from 13th position. That is the words of his teammate, Alessandro Tonucci, bringing in his ears after but he didn't see anything but taking from the LZ in Assen. It's just great to see some sunshine here in the Sachsenring after what was a very inclement street Saturday yesterday. There's Antonio Rueda. It is fascinating to see how he deals with the challenge of fighting his way through some solid place on the grid. Not the easiest circuit to make moves on around this Sachsenring track. The shortest on the Grand Prix calendar is 3.671 kilometres. Then front row of the grid then. Picked himself up the after a heavy crash at the start of that wet Q2 yesterday. To find himself on the second foot by start full Guido paying. So David Upman choose back-to-back Fred Ridings for the Leopard Racing Honda rider, was firing away to pole position for the first time in his career. Scott Algier trying to be the first British winner entering years, just a fair British winner in Moto3 history. In Carfe, 17th ahead of Bucaras. I really can't thank Bucaras and Joel Kelso for makes the standings. There you can see on your screen. So actually within 100 points I have the weight and coming through to that since row of the grid as mentioned. Time reservation on Pirelli. Every rider in the field is only seen to immediate rear tyre. Bit more of a split on the front tyres, but the key names to look at while we were on, man. Softer front tyres down towards the front helmet. Separate second on the grid. Kelso on row 5, O'Shea on row 3, and first Sato there on the soft front. You can see the helicopter shot there, giving you a clear indication of just how some of those tricky
there, just to give us that indication, just the fact that there are still a few damp patches littering this Sachsenring circuit. You will have to be very wary of that. Oh, the butterflies to Scott Alton then, as he comes to the front of the grid for the first time. After the side and repower rider looking so up just his first victory, his first podium, attempt number 69. Those you have to be on the way to already victorious 6 times in the first 10 Grand Prix. So I played of those opening hearts. The campaign has been sort of weighed and Guido defeated. Let's hope he gets away this time, man. He had a punch problem. Shivery scored accident, didn't even make the start when he paid the grip. Didn't get off the line, did he? Green flag on his planet. The back rows out. Night sat we're wasting about it through here. And the Sachsenring. David Rutios finds it by the way you turned it to that right side of the circuit. Have a Rutios sitting at the drop on Almanso. Hitting through the tires. That was hitting his compensatory 4 points. Placing on the inside. About a Bernstein. To get closed. Right back through the field. Almanso. We'll be outside the top 10 right now. Then to about clear for home. It's now there with him on music job starting with the amazing launch he got. There was clearly league on because he didn't count way particularly the racing that's in some of them already distance. It's also calls it Parkway playing a big hole in the front of the field as he challenged so down answer. You help man. Salisbury Fruit had been far down the top 10. Through center when he went down the left bike spirit is later time on the 2 mega hat-trick stands they drop down through 7. One start and Plummet Buchanan. He's up to failure, but he's about to make that fun and he retires. Barrow can't pay the chain, but he's up into the podium positions now. Also a very good starter for Buchanan, who's down right up behind Papa. You'd think it's the way down to Bush. I mean, double again, Chadway myself, and signing in line was the last few wins. What they call 3 time with him.
extra flip on it. They might have kept me all like in 1990 again. Yeah, let's get turning more of that, shall we? The counties that I said so, so start when you have to start turning. They take that way, you turn everything down patches. As Mirgo said, it's first bit the fun that is. In Germany, they would like start from full place, and now he said, right, well, what do you got? Can't play after the initial that started, they're beaten up. He just got piled by a spike. Keyless to get around and Tating, the Barcelona got through some but he's up to 7th place, just 4th place. His teammate Carano's now put his own night penalty, but he didn't come into this Grand Prix, but no jump start, so David Munoz starting. It's legal. For a start, he's been aggressive as we knew he will do at the start. 17 to 11th. But Mika, the chat, I think she'll answer himself. Bates Cup texture, early top 10. He's big cannon all over all the three tires. Like drop that down. She wanted 3 right hand is around this section. Big circuit. It's turn 3. And the opening a call that meant you start driving uphill through slow sway Mavericks and gone. It's not there. The big high side of MotoGP Q2, which is rolling out of this Grand Prix. Truth Fernandez doing on the inside of Rueda. So Rueda, after a fairly good start, made up a problem. So off the grid, he's now into battle with the 2 wildcard bikes. So that's Rueda currently retaking rank place, but he's already the best part of 2 seconds of the lead. Duke's first having was the most challenged, wasn't he? He's already up 5 places from 10th. Just says you know how good the cameras is when he can get busy. I've in that the grid. Bit of a gap there. Back comes to Rueda. Then what is it next place? You go with 2 to catch there your head. Had the show of Grand Prix. That's through 11 we got there. On that 2 of 23. It's Murios from Ogden. Now from Buchanan. Keyless looking menacing as always there. And seems like just like sweet for a 12s. He's a man, Keyless looking menacing. That's just his style, isn't he? He's always on the attack, and he's now jumped across the gap up to the top 3 to make down. There's only up behind Tated. He's riding in 7th place. Point 2, right, 1 down. 2 of 23 completed. But this lap people for Tim Keyless in mile 26 is up behind taking it. Only 6/10 of a second back to Rueda. With 0.7 is the gap through the points lead and the leader. Keyless with.
Right, there's Bucaras that gets through on Buchanan. This has been a storming start from the 36 points. The Bucaras, about 10th of the good start this 23 lap. But now he's firmly into Tory contention. Keyless hoping to be his next mixed from him again out to like that. 3rd bikes and Bucaras. And for Keyless, that more than happy to right through that. And all good looking like he's still more than happy to go with Munoz. Looks like he wants to regain the lead against Bill 3. How Mansa was really right coming out of turn 7. That's the lap Rueda. About to get back through on him out Madsen. And knows us the curve. You know the cats lots of those dark white lines after all the way yesterday. Man, no, but I ain't. The Sachsenring. And there's a Keyless fastest rider on circuit. Beacons down, got to of course, Buchanan's under attack now. Out with Carte, then Carte has gotten through. An aggressive move that by Carte. Sapon Schwer, I love it more as that Keyless runs wide on the exit of 12. And still up to crap thick Keyless has been out there, but it's not a trick with his violations. The time I got landing he's not green, so free I'm standing complete. Say the words and weight 6s once again is Keyless winning master slap at the Grand Prix. Joe Kelso with the 136 is some teaching in Boston. His fellow Aussie does 126.5. Keyless now on the inside. First start open, but there he leads the fact in Munoz 2. Keyless up into 2nd place. Yeah, just a classic what pass on the brakes into turn 1, man. Just squeeze the insides for Ogden. There's no way the brick could then turn in. Now Ogden's a little bit wide going through and to Keras and takes him up as well. So in 2 or 3 corners on this lap 4:23, Ogden's gone from 2nd back to 4th. Bingo for Stadio Shea, yes, we had low shake in his career best qualifying. He's gone down with Leonardo Abruzzo, who was his teammate last weekend in the BMWAT squad. Abruzzo has already had more collision at Selma. Vicente Perez, if they practice what, he's now running to the other one out of this again. Give him simple Mac. Very easy up your bird side, isn't he? So trying to pick the bounds out of this one. Sit them to dry shit here. And so average side, I'm not guilty of that occasion. Betty O'Shea was a long way up the right ahead of it about Keyless. Keyless ass hit the front, and that can spell bother as far as the chasing pack is concerned. They span out. Now Chinks rear brass in this big group now. There's Potter ticking down. Keyless for Sato. As he mentioned, he had an electric first. After he's riding the heat of this battle, he's under pressure now as Ogden. Sent it on the inside of Munoz. Schlatte as in Yangua, Tennington. Jolly Shoe is what happened at Town Moore. Ogden's first, like Sardara Carpe, and strongly money of Bob Dice. Listen, you don't put a lot back penalty, except in the championship, of course. Just saw Carrara actually take his long lap. but now his Carpe up the inside of bolt, then Opti's out of shape, got it on the front end, then to turn one, and that's going to allow to Geras to level him as they now drop down the hill through to, Opti there, pass persisted, here, stood firm. This is the race start. Then look at David Bendas. There's already arrowing his bike towards the right, and with the front wheel of the hands, and he's just being actually going to start continuing back to the right. Keep an eye on Garfield though. On the 83 bike is going right in between Munoz and Almanza, and that's the reason why it's out of play by the F1 manager GT Stewards. Massive punt at the side of Almanza's player Clive on there. And the car tape. Just thinking there, it's just the lesser of two evils to charging the back at Munoz or pick up and going to the left and lowering down Mantra is there, that the contact's inevitable, but and I think he sort of pulled these upon himself that he really really argued so much with them in case he can't really make the Sturdy comeback last time out at Asher when he was finished, but this time he's going to have to go wide himself into on that tunnel. So he's currently third bike in your picture. Quiles, Munoz, Carpe, very Opti, he's back ahead of Jaqueras. Pini is still in there in sixth case. We've home base, then second we squad up some riders in the morning. And what that's from Carpe indicated to the rest of the bills. I'm coming to on the penalty new, but still check reminds them it is very trains. For Sartre was Mackie Borby Stabs. Ladies used turn, so you really lime in the London now. Still Sartre for the Myrens and with the Riggs that he was second in this Grand Prix here last year. After getting into third, as early as lap, she was getting some modern work to do as they're coming from 17th up the grade. Dicky Iron, the Cartex team doesn't look shortest. Out wide, and that's allowed the Keras to slip off troops into the first corner. Musa Yamanaki starting to make a bit of still progress. In fact, Yamanaki now tube sedans on my last up the only two, and the 126s. He'd be lapsing Yamanaki and Sedan Nettle. Carrara, we just said he'd completed his long lap penalty, and now he's penalised himself for the tip up at turn one. Then keep it over tiny streets. There's any more marginal there with Carpe's long lap penalty. I hope he didn't cut it. He certainly touched and goal, but it is rather narrow on that penalty. So really don't kiss the margins and the extremities of the long lap penalty through there. Carpe now back to 16th place. And as we look at the tiny street, 3.3 seconds up the lead here, so costing 3 seconds. But the sheet that's it's just class, his name on him. This scroll tree start number 7. So he's let down 6 of them. Beers just mastered. He's absolutely brilliant. He started like a seasoned veteran at World Champs with level listed on number 28. Team lead at the front. Munoz up the Keras there. It's still Sartre now stood himself up with the form. This is saying that's an hurting charge. Alfred Sartre. He got from 17th with that on lap 1. He's now made successive moves into this track 30. He loves that move, going through Queckenberg. And now Sartre looking at back-to-back podiums in Germany up into P3. He knows just more is interested in staying on the racetrack, coming to and the quick inbounds. Then onto the corner, the Saxon car 10-12. He's always out and Nick's on. Spitey go for a start up, getting down place. The trip the camera wider in this group. He's still pixeling when here by that dance and being still up Fernandez. We had Altini sandwich there. Well, was out wider. Just getting squeezed on that time break. It's only the first corner. Into the 26s once again comfortably. Into the 26s has gone for Asato, although he has trickily surrendered that third place back to the cows. Although he's now leaning on the Spaniard as they go through tired sick. Look at this. Oh, they're full of press going down at high speed to 7. That's not going to work. Actually, Yamanaki has to briefly sit up that. Checks up Ogden as well. And all of a sudden tracks Rueda. Fernandez allowed to back up this league grid once again. Yamanaki, like for Asato, has gone from the 6th tower of the grid to put himself in this leading battle. He's been for Asato second where he finished last year when he was beaten by an Inspire rider the forward having a little zone. He's not won this 3-tier feat itself. Then drop down 3 shot. We know how it's Asato speed into the final quarters. He's done wide and line of the moon on Chiles into the tracks. Rueda that's now starting to catch his way through that distance, take some lead ground. It's now on the rear tyre after Keras. Kido's just too good. Defenders don't lead there going into the final corner. This is a massive freight train at the front. Check out big the lead group instead. Over the line we go. Well, it's I still see right a lead group down to Marcus Oriarte was can't take recording from his land that 1.4 seconds back in 16. Yeah, something Keras the look just to the inside of me. I'll start you too. Carpe will jump across this gap and get back with this group. He continues what he's doing. He did a 27-0 on the last that. He was 6 seconds quicker then you need your kilos. Give it another 2 or 3 laps. The car picking right on the back of this train again. Has to be early car play contact. So David Alman's has been struggling to sort of find his rhythm. Ones in 18. My line to start this lap like the body trade. Down in 14 and plates. He was not one of them in goals. How he started, but made one rather great. That would be world champ later away to this is damn that real one. That's the men's accurate Jake and this Sachsenring circuit. And now you start climbing through this seemingly endless sequence of left-handers. This is now through 8. He pretty much flat out on its 3 bikes through this section through 9. Now 10. My God, Andy super scary. Blind entry. Plunge down through 11. It is still kilos and leads. Media's going to jump back up his second through Antorisate. Fernandez was out wide, the green pace. Going to have to be careful of tracking into some of the left part on that. Speaking from San Antonio yesterday in the Muncie Creek Star, he said it's such a momentum circuit, this one. You go wide through one of those left-handers, you put yourself off wide and out of your rhythm for the entirety of the rest of that sequence. So you can easily lose 3 or 4 places here in Moto3 with a mistake. Once again, he lays things on locked. You ain't good for it. Once he continues to lead this quite great lap in the mid-27s. Once again, Carpe does a 27 flat. He's continuing to chip away in the background of this leading group. The mid-16. Yamaha won this teammate than Keras. Slice himself up into 4th place. Contact there. Stuff he's lost some bloody work. I don't know if that was Pini or Minos in the slot guard. I'm so paying out of Haji Fernandez. Ticks off and he slides out of contention down the hill into the Abigail corner, turn 3. Patrick Fernandez, this guy, a recent record continues. That is now 3 successive DNS for Fernandez, who has now not scored a single point since the French Grand Prix in Le Mans. Race over for Fernandez. There's what it might have been his front guard that came off. Did that affect his entry into the Omega corner? So there he is on the inside there for a wade. It's going to make contact. Raiders going to come back across to the right hand side, up in front of Fernandez. Yeah, more strikes net this slayer part held them. And clearly, the next time he turned wide, didn't have the jumped out as he was expecting. What's the bin bike there just behind Raider? He now tips it in right there into the Omega and immediately goes down. Yeah, one of them was also making a little bit of damage to the brakes there as well because it was a heavy old hit, wasn't it? Back one, he's not up to debate. This Fernandez, he's down and out of his Grand Prix. Yamanaka's getting a really size Disney now, this little great. Yamanaka's up in his 2nd place, brilliant charge this. What the two Japanese stars. Yamanaka in 2nd, sort of Sache 3rd. They've had a ton of work to do, St. Mark, at this Sachsenring Grand Prix. Yamanaka now sees the inside lines, go for it. He's attacking Kiela's immediately going to jump up in his 2nd place. That's not going to work out, he's in the really wide. Sarpo when he won his passport, he get back into the circuit the way he's going there. But Yamanaka up in CP2. He finished in the top 6 here last year, Yamanaka, despite serving 3 in automatic penalties. Saves 20 coin around this Sachsenring circuit. It's missing due to be rated particularly fine and put him out of position with points. He made up for now. G-Way is leading this Grand Prix, started 7th on the grid, but behind him, Yamanaka started 16, but Promisato started 17. Off this rig, leading green, the only tuned out back in the 26s. Ralston in 7th place. He's just been actually pushed back to 8-5 Peely. And Almantu, we mentioned, he's now sort of fighting alone for Leopard Honda after another disastrous take by Adji Fernandez. This is a half wide one scale, that's costing the lead. Out wide going through 8 at 9. And each side, Yamanaka says, thank you very much, take mine for the day. I'll take the lead in this German Grand Prix. You need Brixton, the Tagomaki's black, it's not great. It's just they believe that it's slower to go out there, but it's really not slower at Max Kiles because he's been out there on plenty of occasions through this Grand Prix. 3rd place down in for what he done in his true up. Tyre for Asato, so the World Championship leader. We haven't seen much of so far as we came. We've seen plenty of him now as he has a look at the inside of Kilex for what he's now running 3rd. Of course, his main championship contenders are deep in the pack. The Garra Singh, the traffic 15. Asato going over the Pinama squad away. He's been so strong. And in this Grand Prix, both away. Brad Munoz picked him up and he ran up particularly part of the circuit. So you say Yamanaka at least a Grand Prix, but just the 2nd time in his career. It's a short-lived night though in that ball the Japanese one because that kick they smokes him off big time. Back down the hill, instead, pretty gnarly break is over for turn 1. Now they go through Omega. Turns 1 and 3, of course, just few or 3 right-handers around this Sachsenring dirt in. But Kiles wasting precious little time in seizing back the initiative from Yamanaka. You would have batted by the third. His Alvaro card weighs just in his personal best order. 26.762 miles faster than anybody else on the racetrack on that green. He's that he clashed Paul Buchanan, and he's now right behind Oriate. So the car been out badly into the points, and he's now within 2 seconds of the lead. Of course, seems like lap 1 and 2 Buchanan was up to as high as T3 at this Grand Prix. He's now been pushed right back to the back of the Deutschland places. And that's 15th from Buchanan, who lost his place to Oriate and Carpe holding that last lap. They dropped down then to 11. Lap 11 of 23, halfway point about to be breached here in this sanctuary. It's another classic road here, isn't it? NHL, the ups keeping pretty close on the brakes between Munoz and Rueda down the bottom of the hill. As Archie Fernandez starts the inquest with the leopard on the jury. There was 6 there, wasn't it, that? Alshon Fernandez, he can't buy a point, can't buy any hook right now. The Spaniard, 16 Kingos, just doesn't bother staying on the racetrack. In the final corner, Haynes, good past it, to believe in him. As Yamaha draws alongside, but can't quite break as late as Kiles. Was he breaks a little bit too late? This time's Kiles, who breaks too late. He's still in on a plate to Yamaha once more. Yeah, and Kiles made a right hash of that. Now he's under pressure for Munoz as they go down into the Amateur corner. That's where we lost Fernandez a few laps ago. So Yamaha bit back at the strokes. Starting to look whatever is the ever knocks and big race in the 2025 both Green World Championships. Rueda and Rueda now. He has to see the Aband. He's got the inside line. On there. The Yamaha through 6, making line work that of the Japanese rider. And for the first time in this Grand Prix, having come to the back of the floor fire with the bird, he's just been so cool, so calm, so collected to work his way through. And Rueda leads. Can't help but be impressed by Rueda, the way he's got about it in this Grand Prix. He's been quite an omnibus through much of his country weekend. So far, of course, did not see it. As a particularly fast like motorbike over the years, which is back on the further throw of the grid, put in the lead. Stay track conditions of brain stay. Rueda is showing his class once more. Quick check on that top start, of course. Bet Alton, he was out very leader here. Another Tokri just ticked him off at the back end of the first. That Alton still circulating by the mixed Michelin group. He's in 10th place. You'll see there on the black green and white CRT green tower number 19 bike. Rueda, then it is. That will lead over the line. We zip into the second half of this German Grand Prix. Rueda, so we have an echo as they stage down the heavy braking zone for the third corner. And John Kelso also starting to work his way back into that towing in front section. He's got the inside line now. Teeny, although Teeny does stand firm as Rueda now gets pushed back down to the second place. Plans for his retirement further down the field behind the Team Asia. Yamaha, though, he's up to the fight of this winner's day. Yeah, just the ball actually has written it in the cadence of this weekend. Came into this week, giving the shoulder a drip for that crash with Andy O'Shea. Yeah, sitting there, had another form. Next Friday, we just watched a little bit of stop team there as he was the Harry Collins for doing his London. The Velocity Admir's going green. All have the teenagers now, mate. When they get in bed, we don't Corsato. He was just behind us now as the Radom King, the third boys for waiting. The liquid the 16 was split by just 1.3 seconds at the end of lap 12. Now, speed there intense. Let's prepare Mike to go already. It's going to get even more dramatic, I see it. That towards the back end of this Grand Prix. It's the thickest thing we've seen so far in this race, isn't it? I saw Yamaha, he's broken and nearly a quarter of a second clear. Munoz, who's coming under big pressure. Pressure he can't hold off. There in the shape of Rueda. That's the class move down the hill. And that's off Rueda into turn 12. Munoz out trying to seize the inside line of the 30. He's made that work beautifully. Chiles in turn with the same move on Forsato, although he just had to right down a little bit harder, maybe shoved up the throttle as he was worried about contact with Forsato. And so Chiles was not able to make the move on Forsato, and in turn, having just had to breathe the shot off his lap for Garros to come back hurrying. Nettles and check shift, and he's in that lap from Yamaha as green over 10 beats. It's a lapping out down, and we nearly lost Garros there as he was getting eased wide. He's now side by side with Kelso, but James' team at Yamaha down into the 26th this last hour, which is why he was able to strip this group out of touch. This breaks him. Top this year, the early previous Grand Prix, and laid that one to the side of Peosis, the Yamaha. Has he led? So it's not that sort of frequent making experience this. The follows Yamaha is not that he's nearly his experience player 100 out of 3 stars, but I don't know what he'd call a serial, but he won now. It's a phenomenal job so far as Kelso sends it on the inside of the Garros. That's a lovely big that by Kelso. You've got to be bit and millimetre per stack there to make that move through eight. And he was. Jetman and Kraus Apple to Richigamme enjoyed that move because he wanted to see a little bit more of that program from Joel Nelson over Buston. Even after the overtake, Kelsen was doing it at Magello and in Assen. The little kept up behind the deal now was Rueda once again up the inside of Bugyossi to turn 12. Bugyossi across not out for it there, but Burton's involved this team with the Intact GP squad representing all of the German hogs here. He likes that move in the trial, does Rueda. Just as Munoz likes the moves, so hopefully to going up there, they two. By 30, yeah, by that, Cadets leading is the 3/10 per second as we move on to laps 15 of 23. Fair play to Yamanaka, he's asking big questions here of the chasing back. Oh, we had a bit of a shag there, did he? Dropping down early to turn one, Yamanaka. Munoz and Rueda and Kelso behind him. Follow that to dig deep and find about PUV laps to run this kind of pace from the Japanese rider. Rueda and Munoz back the same 1:26.8 and still was not as fast as Yamanaka ahead of them. Keenan's from a long way back into turn the metal. Borisato to regain 6th place. Carpedo is beginning to nosy boy back into get attention here. Of course, I'm sorry, Carpe cut back here. That's only a couple of weeks ago. He's now fits at 9th place. I mean, past the Tolson's are on. It's the fearless Borisato making that move on cheatless Tamman Hill. Now 3-7. That was brilliant by Borisato. Of course, one of the bunch of second place finishes Bosville here in Germany about last year. Caddy Hansen gun one veteran. Break hits some winning double. Will you have to see another Japanese rider? And Levy Cup just a source. Both on Japan to win it Moto3. They dropped out, they nailed that down. There's Rueda who's been so good on the brakes in the 12 goes on to the outside line now this time around and fight through Sato. The rest of the two Japanese riders now on the lead podium as it stands. Of course, we did see now back in Qatar, Rueda has been defending into the quick convert on the last couple of laps. This time is attacking and he's back up into third place. Crucial points up for grabs here as the other fight turn out behind this leading train. It looks like Darren Arbanser is the name. It's up and down the order. Yeah, well, Arbanser's front row start was put this story early on, wasn't he? Yeah, he's past that's been another miserable day as far as Leopard on the concerned. It's going to be another double day after that. Here we go, then into Quackenberg Wanks, and he did come out the other side of it. So Almanza, he started this Grand Prix from second on the grid, was immediately pushed out of the top 10 after the Carpe contact at turn 1. At that rocky day has unfortunately gone from bad to worse. Still making the sun running is Yamanaka, freshly building behind it now. And by should cut make it strong. Albirios, who now it's just a move to make for the lead. He is going to make it. He won't need a second invitation. You also have to say, what is team heading as boxes, gas to me beam. Who do they give all the head to? I mean, the same squad, big three. Out there, holding corner 3. There's 60 pound in second points. It is coming, so you got enough skin out to hide it. With Pila's track Rueda, track Borisato, attack the Karax back up to Niels with Fatty for the lead. It brings Peavy luck in the behind the rookies. We're running your pole with 7th place Kelso and Peavy Francis Carpe with 8th place. With 94, dying a lottery tap machine with a Rebel helmet. It's like a flashback to Yoda spoiler, isn't it? When you look at Feeding, and out of the final corner we go. It is still Yamanaka, and that's some money. The hot takes at the front of his Grand Prix. We're on lap 17 of 23. Rueda now has ticked on the baton in second place. Chile's coming by a long way back. Trying to do a block pass and Borisato in the brakes into turn 1. And that made it work on this occasion. Down to Uriarte now inserting his play. Uriarte has just been detached from this league group. We've now got a league group. What is effectively 12 riders down to the Cadden. Like slot 0.1 seconds covered. That does it. Overline here in Deutschland. Yeah, Uriarte's in a battle with Toroni further back for 13th place. Just behind them, you can see one of the snipers quite out there. Asinato goes wide. That sniper's time, by the way. Oh, damn. Sure, I think there was contact, maybe going into 6. And then I think he got rattled and maybe hit again going 3-7. That was whatever happened. In those 2 corners, it's been a bit of a nightmare as far as Borisato is concerned. Christ of Saint, mate, I think he pretty faction. He's still sat on top with that Hobby Teammates machine. Borisato was running 4th at that stage. He's been pushed back down to 8. It's just Adam, didn't you? You see him in the back of the picture. He's very splendid and bright yellow picture on the Hobby Teammates bike. This Yamanaka comes through on the inside of Miglios. They've lost the lead to Rueda now. It's the World Championship leader back in front. How long would he be there? As Yamaha has a motor. Rueda will lead us on the line with 6 laps down at 80. And then, Basser, Tini on this lap because he was Dick folds up, yeah, it was Sato nice. Here we go, then with the best Karte. Yeah, those Castro on the outside. There was, well, that was the second big moment on that lap as far as Trossardo's concerned. Yeah, from the team age, you're breathing a huge sigh of relief. Something happened with Trossardo as well, going through its sins. And then there was the contact once again from Karte. And Yamanaka is back at the front of this Grand Prix, although he's going to go really wide. And have this rat up flying, then he going, it's room by bigger, and that's allowed for Rueda to snatch the lead back. Giles now aggressive on the inside of Munoz. Of course, you knew there was instant payback coming from Munoz, and he didn't disappoint. Giles then touched back to 4th place. Never seen the back, so they don't like the look of those two, Munoz and Giles, because we have seen them battle for a victory already. The scenes of back in Motoland Aragon when it was Munoz who took the victory on that occasion. He's now third back on victory chart base. Progress has stalled somewhat. He's now back very hard to replace to do it now. But he's back into the leading group. He's now stopped where he is. But Stabby what's going to the bye right now to care of us. We'll see thinking about it later. We know how good to care of us is up late attacks. Rainbow excels it. Shari outside. Yes, to Sato. He gets very creative with his music to 12 and 13, doesn't he? Through the final corner we go. Now he's leading right on the front tangent to Gavas. Going through 13. There's been a brilliant recovery. Certainly John and his companions a little bit. They've done the contact through 6 and 7 a couple of laps ago. It's Rubaiyat and then leads. And Preeton with Yamaha fantastic move on the inside. It's the first corner. It's a move that has been successful. Hamza jumped on it right though. Right, two legs there into the line with Yos being under attack. Sivagdo, he got past Rueda through to Monty favour that wider sweeping minds, giving himself the best muscle exit on the layer. There, laps remaining, and it's still 81 of 12. And the front of this race, all the way back to Jacob Brulston. He's 1.4 seconds off the lead in P12. Rueda met with the clear back ahead of him. And of course, painful memories of this German block bringing it last year for Rueda. He was right in the heat of the victory back to 1 year ago. And when he had the engine seized on the brakes going into the first corner, that really truly denied him the victory here. For Sato, it's telling himself to the occasion. Where does he never? As Sato now in 4th place. There was some weak Ferry and Guns was hard charging aggressive riders now in this lead. Rueda probably thinking, well, being at the front's the best place to be because you've got to keep yourself out of as much trouble as you possibly can. Well, so it just comes through on. Yeah, but it was always contact down to Forsato, the care at 2, and they were chucking. Focus issue on the drop down middle into 12. Forsato is up from the inside as is Kiles. They're both attacking Kiles. Those things in third up. Forsato does take 4th place. He responded from that moment of the previous lap up in the 26s. Now in the low 27s, he's right up there now in that battle for the lead again. Forsato runs 4th. Then he's got back to on Duchano, back into the top 10 then after the Yamu Talid. Oh, Yamanaka, he's clashed out the first quarter. Yamanaka's victory, Hodge Gallon's row. Sorry, in the space of, 2 or 3 seconds. 2 of our main contenders to the win here in the Sachsenring have blown it. Then crashes out at the top 8 of pole position. Every east side, Yamanaka. Well, that's this. His victory hopes extinguished. He has returned onto the circuit, down in 16th place. Yamanaka. It was also like he dragged 2 or 3 others into outbreaking themselves as well, because Forsato lost his moment as well. He went wide and got up in crashes. So watch the number 6 bike. It's Yamanaka first outbreaks himself. Forsato also goes way out wide and it beats the picture. You won't see it from there, of course, because the following Forsato down his city route to the goal chain. Ultra one got to 3 knockers. All added fragments to varying degrees. It's turn 1. Getting started up there, whether it's baby having an issue down, shooting there, something as he went careering through the Galotram. And Paul Ross Scott there's going to be no fairy tale first, probably more fairy tale first victory on February's first pole position yesterday. So we've lost Ogden and Yamanaka out of this lead parade. The message 12 becomes 10. Also is just Jolston's way up 19's been played, of course. He has a right like it's turbo. I mean, what's that? They've picked up 3 places. That's a result of that Kelso putting her 26-7 on the last lap. He's right in the fray now as Munoz once again having a look up the inside of Rueda. So Rueda's got 2 very hard charges up behind him here in the bottom of Munoz and Kiles. And of course, the Top Mod Championship, Rueda's next title rival is the Caps back in 7. If anybody can withstand the onslaught, if anybody can withstand the heat, up the pleasure, it is Rueda. He's got ice running through those veins. He's already won 6 opening 10 Grand Prix. You feel if he carries on winning in the sort of with mates he has, he might be threatening Double Alonso's incredible spectacular penalty Grand Prix last year. Moving back in Kelso in the 66 point. Before start on the 72, that's lovely going through turn 8. That's a brilliant maze. What a move that is by Furusato. He's been so good in particular parts of this course. You think of 8, 12, 13 is about Furusato. He's really strong. But that could be a real job for Furusato. At the stand on that bit of cut through the line on 2 quarters 3 more times as Rueda trying to make sure that Munoz doesn't make a boot. Munoz kind of hung out to dry there. Aquiles goes from third, aiming away to the lead. Aquiles at once Havens out really wide out that final quarter. He's using the air marine, chip the time that more, isn't it? We're around the Sachsenring circuit at Max Keyless. I think it's a 3.671 kilometre layout, either straight on second. Big tormentor still me at Keyless. Over the line we go to Carabas now. Fucks just next to the Grand Prix on lap 21 of 23. That is some late pace, isn't it? By the Carabas. We said he might threaten this. He tends to be the star of the late show. There's the Carabas. And he's delivering on Scapekeeper out of 36. It's elected with other pins in the lane though. He's got a lot of bikes to clear to get up to Rueda at the front. The Carabas, spotted of Astrada, he's still bad in 7th place. But what are you think? And now with halfway looking one young to get rats of second in the World Championship weights and third in the World Championship, but then both losing quick pots to the moment to Rueda. Big shout out once again to Buchanan by the Kiwi, who after 3 crashes recovered into the Sherpa Grand Prix. He's still in 10th place, then in 1.2 seconds he was overlaid behind Rueda with 1 lap and a half to go here in the Sachsenring. Rueda just started to maybe stretch his legs at the front here, out-skiing the chasing Tatwell. What have you got as he hones in on a magnificent 7th victory of the season so far? He's quick clear, it's Charles one to start his lap, but he isn't going to be. Look, as Ben close in, dropping down the hill, down the water pole they go. Rueda with his quarter speed on the entry to 12 is able to hold Munoz back, but Munoz is surely going to try something as we start this final lap. Down the waterfall, Lewis challenges in there, Robbie Williams there, and as they go now and into the final corner. Well, it is going to still beat Rueda. He is going to lead the field over the line as we start the last lap here. A journey 3.6 and 1 minutes remaining. It's any more of 10 from Rueda down to Buchanan. Munoz squeezed on the inside. Rueda topped out. The shine of person. Battles massively out of shape on the brakes. Down the 28 wide. Rueda somehow drops in front of Furusato to reclaim second. Munoz was always going to ask the question. He was always going to try something. And he now does take the lead. It was such a difficult chamber, but it did work out for him. Keyless is getting all sorts of messy here with Charlie and Furusato. It looks like the top 2 are going to have results themselves. So this lot's faring bash further down the field. He's just giving Munoz and Rueda fully a clear breathing space here. This might be just a battle for the final place on the podium. It's another showdown. Munoz versus Rueda. Rueda pinches the inside line on the exit of 7. He's been really strong in sector 2 as a Rueda. But we know these have been vulnerable. Dropping out through the hill 11. Furusato not giving this one up everything. The Japanese rider Charlie hard back into 3rd place. Think I'll be a little bit too late though. The Furusato. But this is not a runner for Rueda in here. We don't know when it's good on the way into 12. And Munoz is just in no position to bend down to that final. Furusato's crashed out of 3rd place. Furusato was finally just as Rusai going at it then. There's Japanese dropping out to the onset because Munoz. He has to make this. What about Keyless? Then he knows more. Just into the side of Rueda. Sure, it's going to be Munoz on the shoulder of the side. Munoz Williams in his back show 3 battle here in the Sachsenring. Relax. David Munoz wins for the 2nd time in 2025. Can't affect timing as well in the Angor change at 9 of our Vintac GT. Munoz takes the check off line, quarter of a second nearly clear at Max Keyless. Let's hope the time for Furusato is okay. Big sunset wash out in Furusato out in the brakes into the final corner. When he was running in 3rd place, I think he told himself he had a double maybe at Munoz and Rueda. And it's not going to be a 7th win of the season for Rueda. I think Del Story takes 3rd place. There's another time here for the World Championship leader. And of course, he stretches his lead in the championship out even further with Cheras falls. Charte sits with dropping after his early long lap. Kelso's inside the top 6. Top 10's to TD, tapped united by Jacob Rolson, remaining 6th place in the group to 8 stop. By Buchanan, 9th, spot my brightly chatted, and Buttons and Riate completing your top 10. This was all the late shy works of Furusato. He was trying to work out a master plan about trading to maybe attack Munoz and away in the final quarter. It all went hardly right. Trail break into 12. at smokes this förbendes påskap what they do. Nothing the source until if they man out. The make the healers tensionized comes with 2K as well. Being set to big bit. I know that's to the set. The big reward to send game. Extraordinary result for me, not an hour victory. But the TV sport, Jürgen Literature. Jürgen Moto race by Gabi, just our specialty to win. The Sachsenring of all places, the M Grand Prix of it. They are very, very good to Arthur, and they did a super good race. Start waiting to the end, or it's in the leading row. And in the final, I saw the K. When you take the arm and when they pass to take their ties, it's perfect to be on take a position. I was expecting I take one color to 5, but maybe whenever they could. Neji started very large, and after this heavy crash yesterday in the arm, it's really impressive what they did. Real super. I mean, still a Moto2 race to come, but I imagine there might be a party tonight, Jürgen. Enjoying, I hope so. Yeah, brilliant scenes for the German bass board. That's a lovely tribute, isn't it, from David Benios. He's got a Borja Gomez, a flag there, I believe. And Chedin's to the 21-year-old Spaniard who sadly lost his life in a practice clash with him mainly called last week. That's an underperforming gesture of that Benios as my before sending out thoughts trays now from those system F1. Gomez all those evidence to the Spaniard. Rueda third place. We're cruising for the World Championship team once again extends his lead by it's 73 points. So Rueda pretty much down nearly 3 Grand Prix worth of points clear of the Chase and Tag and the Gorilla. In that Grand Prix, they did wrong was having that beat Indios on his rear tyre approaching the final corner. This was the first time they went elbow to elbow, shoulder to left knee of Munoz, who took the lead. Rueda so good through the sequence of laps to regain the lead. This is Fosato disappearing out of third place and walks the one, which he left it out of turn 12, brings in White odds in the top 2. Look, also Munoz goes up the inside of Rueda. He got a slap on a piece of that. Out of the inside as well and takes second place, putting all contact to the stand. The finish of the final lap for Rueda as he jumps from first to third. Yeah, Rueda's had that replicate to mine livery changed by both Munoz and Chila, did they, on that fast lap? He is wearing some eyebrow. This never Rueda. There was a photos tradition, and that's how close he was for second place in that Grand Prix. Yeah, really watched it as if forced that podium in the last 5 Grand Prix. Substar, so I tell him as we keep saying, what are you? Well, it's a quality ride there by Munoz. You always felt that maybe he did have the upper hand on Rueda in that Grand Prix in that final sector. His sort of question lengths and the second recorder, like acting like the never, as his great friend serving out the gap. Presenting a race by the GT rider comes to congratulate him. As the 19-year-old Spaniard celebrates just the second victory of his Grand Prix career. It's been a real mixed bag, hasn't there, as far as speeders is concerned this season. He did active for the first 5 Grand Prix, but all 6 finishes this year have been top 6. Well, a case serves what might have been as far as not up is concerned, launching away from his career first pole position. He led briefing on that first lap before Munoz picked him off at turn 12. I think to be fair, we never really saw Steve's now he's back in the podium battle. He was always in the lead groups. He clashed out later on at the first corner, 5 points central, enforcing front car positions. What about you really say Gavanakov? He was so much the front running in that Grand Prix because he went unfolding at the first corner just ahead of Altman's crash. He took the Czech flag in 16th place, but he increases his world championship lead after a big final lap here. Jose Antonio Rueda is third and he's with Jack. As Antonio, congrats, you extend out that world championship lead again after a nitty final lap. What are your thoughts on all of the moves that were doing your way then? I think they get beaten up at the final. Yeah, he is this is why the reason we're saying that I am very happy to be back on the podium. More points in this championship, more and bring the feeling, so yeah, I'm really happy and also I think we got mega break race up from the yes, I will just saying ni say for one and I will for him or I will do win and get it for him by when let's in den race då see Jens I'm very happy on sitting also for the teams and for my family and everybody that support me. So yeah, let's see Liam Brennan. Congratulations, thank you. Everybody wants it to dedicate to up the hard guy Maisbullen. I great the soul makes it jump sure. All that would have been proud. I'm just into the start of all now is I incredibly hectic by that as January to the early contact at the sales corner and of course Munoz for a starter just really got his fat tyre there ahead of the way into second place. And then there was the late contact at the sign of corner from Kilos, but as he said, this is outside the trade. Sometimes when you dish it out, going for to take it back. There is a turn around way that was featured, but there's someone gracious in the seats. As we await that top two, that's flattening what was. See it? The Spanish top five. Let's say not Spanish podium and Munoz Kilos at the way, but it's actually an all Spanish top five with Piqueras just missing out. It was fourth place. What a bit of consolation to Piqueras, and he set the fastest lap on that Grand Prix. Just 2 laps from home, but that, as he's heard, it may have just been a little bit too little too late as far as he was concerned. 500 per second to Piqueras was away from Anatolia. Well, the years delivered much came at the end of that really before, which what I think that was to take second place at the final quarter. Max Kilos is with Jam. Max should another podium in this sensation. days, the MotoGP is back on track for a first row battle in 5 years. The Grand Prix of Germany brings that first time the 2025 to its three concludes at the Sachsenring, tucked in between the Leipzig and Dresden, one of the season's biggest crowds in Buddy Braction in Chapter 11, as Marc Marquez moves to make it a dozen wins in Deutschland. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Sachsenring region of Germany. Man, been having racing in this part of Europe since 1998. It's a very special and very unique circuit, isn't it? The Sachsenring, the shortest on the Grand Prix calendar. Still a big challenge though, now for the very best riders in the world. The best rider in the world about a GP right now, well, that is number 93, Marc Marquez, who has a particular love affair, doesn't he, with the Sachsenring circuit. Coming up in about 2 hours' time, it'll be lights out for MotoGP, as Marc Marquez bids for what would be a ninth success of the Premier Class here at the Sachsenring. He's been in great form all weekend, pole position yesterday, a 10th sprint victory in very tricky and wet conditions, over the 15 laps yesterday, absolutely. Right now though, after a very exciting start to a race they will see this in Moto3, we focus on what is turning into a real intriguing, fascinating battle to Moto2 glory in 2025, as just 31 points split Manu Gonzalez, the series leader, Richigamme in second place, and Diogo Ferrari created history last time out in the historic Dutch TT, becoming the first Brazilian ever to win in Moto2. A great season so far, hasn't it? In the Intermediate World Championships, 3 first-time winners in our last 4 Grand Prix. There are some exciting MotoGP stars of the future emerging. So our ages pick choice: Silverstone, of course, Denis Anjou in Aragon, and last time out, Diogo Moreira taking the victory for Brazil in that last lap showdown with Richigamme. Thankfully, although some of the sunshine that greeted us at the start of the Moto3 race has disappeared behind the thick and heavy dark clouds, as you can see here from on board Diogo Moreira's Ital track machine. It is dry, and hopefully we're expecting it to remain dry. skies. Now they're going to close in and get us. Yeah, it does feel as though the rain is imminent at the moment. As you say, not only the dark clouds coming in, but the wind has picked up as well. As Senna, as Jake, as Barry Belchers have all said on the grid, this is going to be one where you have to look after the rear tyre. If everyone feels that the red flags might come out, it could well be worth going simply gangbusters at the start and just hoping to cling on and waiting for that red flag to come. We could see some interesting tactics at play. Yes, thank you very much, Jeff. And I think he's going to be keeping his eyes on the skies. You can see there the distinctive American racing umbrellas. Protecting Marcos Ramirez, who goes from the head of the third row in 7th place. And directly behind him on the grid, actually, leading the row forward, 10th spot is his teammate, Joe Roberts. Asson's 5th last time after Roberts. Ratchet's best result in 18 since his Mugello victory last year. Player of release. Flies away made 4th quick road start this season, but Jake Dixon looking for a Criminals had to swamp jumps. 25 laps coming up in Moto2 with championship contenders only to down the grid. Jake Dixon starts from pole position for the second time this year. Ian Barry Balters post Kane through Q1. Tony Arbolino, weather specialist, tops the Delafine times yesterday, put himself on the front row on the graded third. Senna reaches Phil from Albert Arenas, another Q-Lon, Philfire, and Denny's on Chu, Navas Ramirez, Orta Lopez, and Ibad Altola. In the third row of the grid, Altola between Mistron, Maurice, and Rudd. Douglas Titton from Ethan Guevara, and also into Q1. Eric Knittless, we saw, had a big press on his way to 12th on the grid. Sasaki, Selach, and Holgado on the 5th row. Then behind the championship leader, Manuel Gonzalez, 16th ahead of David Alonso, and Celestino Rietti, who was fastest on Friday. EQ2 19th ahead of Alexis Fruccidera, Finn Desotov, and the Goldberg and Colin Blair, the Dutch duo together on row 8 ahead of Jorge Navarro. Pulisic in the last 3, Thiago Moreira at 25th. He has only got Tiger Harder, Eric Fernandez, and Adrian White-Tans provided. You are Deidre binding Moreira. Two Cupticks, the German Grand Prix on Son, Baggins, Thornwith. With up by Chip Cup 5 finishes in the last 6 or 7 Grand Prix, including podiums in Silverstone, Aragon, and his win in Asu. Oh, the easiest circuit to pass on here at the Sachsenring. It's tight, it's twisty, it's technical. 10 left-handers, one of 6 anti-clockwise tracks on the calendar. Looks like Moreira is to get himself anywhere near the Tony battle. Well, he's going to have to sharpen his elbows low these, isn't he, to carve his way through the pack and grab from that 20th place on the grid. This is going to be a cheap-putting exercise, if real, as far as Kinect's concerned. 12th on the grid, his lowest qualifying since the Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang at the back end of last year. And looking for a big for him to take home to Brunei next weekend is Philip Salach. He'll be chomping at the dicks, ready to race in front of his home crowd for the first time in 5 years next weekend in Brunei. Could he give himself a big Brunei boost? Philip Salach going from 14th place on the grid. Of course, a reminder, he's my BDS, but colleague Jake Bixon will lead the field away from top position. We're going to keep a very close eye on Moreira. That's from the back of the attached. Almost his telescope see the lights from there, does the old Barrera? Can he make it back-to-back victories to keep himself right in the hunt for Moto2 glory this season? Of course, potentially great timing for Barrera to show his cards in Moto2 with a possible return to Brazil next year. It's well and truly underway for those two head to South America in the 7th Circuit in Guyana. We're all looking rather nervous here with those dark clouds that are gathering towards the final corner, last sector part of this Sachsenring circuit as we set to mark the halfway point to the Moto2 World Championship. So the rides are being held a little bit longer than normal here. We're finally getting the green side clearing at the back. 28 riders then set to do battle over 25 laps here at in the Sachsenring. It's lights out of my race. You know, Aegis though, he's trying to accelerate. Aegis has jumped the start. He just dropped the clutch, and there's a fix shape it out there. Aegis will lead brilliantly on that run to first line, but he knows he's got all on lap. His contacts are all at Dixon on the outside, but there is a double low lap coming the way of Aegis. And as a result, some more about it. That's Arpolino, who's gone to the front of the race from Barry Baptist. It is indeed the number 14 leads. Canet is up 1 place to 11. Gonzalo's also gained time. He's 15th now. Aegis, too eager. That too keen to impress Trunchus, the host fans for Dynamo Intake GP. He knew straight away, didn't he, that he'd just gone that little bit too quick. So double on lap in Covington, the Australian. He's there in 4th place. It's Arbolino then that leads here. This will be a big shock if Arbolino is able to top the Vodka score on the box. Just a reminder, so far this season, in the every 10 Grand Prix, Arbolino has not had a dry race top 10 so far. Diogo Moreira has been aggressive on this first lap. He's up to 17th. Believe it or not, Diogo Moreira is already ahead of Mitney Gonzalez. Just an aggressive little charge already. I love watching him go about his work. Football, that's aggressive. Ortola, one fellow Spaniard Ramirez in the bottom of the hill. Ain't turn charge. An excellent start this for Ortola, 9th on the grid. He's sticking his way through. I picked the 5th. Dixon's trying to make up for lost ground. He will not be pleased with Centre Aegis, who I guess was eager to make up for that jump start. He came straight up the inside Dixon and Matty Mine into the first corner. So Dixon comes across the line. She started second lap in 6th place, side by side with Ramirez, as Bouncer's now passes Aegis, who is in 3rd, now 4th place, and already knows he's going to have a couple of long laps coming. Yeah, Dixon side by side with Aretas. They drop down through to Aretas from the inside curve there. That's how tight the line he was running down the hill through too. Into the Omega corner, yeah, it's a little crystal clear. You can see that with the naked eye. We can see Aegis' immediate reaction. He debated up in about an hour, so the double long lap penalty incoming for Aegis. So there he is in 4th place on the 81 bike. Took check of the Momo Moreira. Now he's up into 13th place, just behind Celestino Vietti. Gonzalez making no forward progress whatsoever earlier here in Germany. Bound from 16th to 17th. Look at Aegis trying to have the lightning of reflexes, the lightning reacts. He knew straight away. He knew immediately it was the big shake of the head, wasn't it, as he tailed off the line. Yeah, and he then comes up the inside. Well, here he comes then on Dixon. Forces Jake Dixon out wide, so I hope he doesn't have to add a 3rd on that penalty to all the back. He might be in a bit of trouble. Ain't you? To the lead then. He goes to Antonio Arbolino. He took far in the front, which does not include Orta Lopez, as he's crashed on his 2nd lap. Yeah, he had a big get up at turn 12. Aegis then in for the first off his 2 long laps. He's just going, it's so tricky to pick your way safely back onto the circuit in a natural line on the exit of the long lap penalty league. For those riders not in it, these 2 cuts to the outside of that turn 30. So Aegis really over the Aegis have now pushed wide by both Vietti and Moreira. And Moreira, Aegis moves early on here in Saxon. Aegis. But I think you see almost across the rear going through to Norris. It's Charles, baby. We're step P11 from 25th on the grid in 2 laps. He's gained 14 places. The Brazilian absolutely charging through the field. Yet the 2 Intact riders are together now in this race after the first of Aegis' long laps. He's 15. Gonzalez is still mowing the point, 16. Remember the style of the Essen Grand Prix is we know what. Gonzalez said that but the rear tyre just didn't permit as much as he anticipated to. It took him too long to get eaten, and he's had 0, a bit like riding on ice for the first part of the Grand Prix. Once he was able to get temperature in the rear tyre, we know how fast he was, got himself back up into P7. He encountering the same sort of earning rights woes here in Sachsenring because Gonzalez still stuck outside the point scoring places. So this is the battle for the lead then, and it's not the battle we were necessarily expecting. Unchu, Ardolino and Baltas. Dixon Ivy now cleared. Roberts is now back up into full place, and he will now be setting his sights for the trio ahead of him, looking to close that gap back down. Of course, Age is now in for the second of his long lap penalties. Who's he going to slot it behind? That looks like Quietas, who is down way outside the top 20. Yeah, so costly. That jump starts Arbolino Italians that now on the brakes down the hill into turn 1. Yes, we've seen from Arbolino in a dry Grand Prix in 2025 by a long way. We know how good he is in the rain conditions. He's line tight in the season in those tricky damp conditions in Austin, but he's taking a fight here to the Turk, isn't he? Fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Won't surprise you, Diogo Barrera, the Brazilian, is now in the top 10. Of course, with that Lopez crash, Barrera is now right behind Aaron Jeanette. He would not have dreamt of as good a start of that after 2 laps. He's gained 16 places. Some say it might be 2026, if it isn't 2027. Mark our words, Diogo Barrera will be a MotoGP. He is some emerging talent, isn't he? He's been linked strongly over the last couple of weeks with maybe a comeback Yamaha season, showing it exactly why so many MotoGP teams are keeping a very close eye on the young Brazilian. The top trio then plunged down through in turn 12. Barbolino leading by 3-4 bike lengths back to Onji, strong on the brakes into 12. There is Moreira of the number 10 bike, currently in T10. What a charge it has been through the pack. At the departure overtaking a Sachsenring, Moreira did not give that by did he? Well, Manny Gonzalez is down, fine starting to make overtakes. He's up to 13th place at the end of that 4th lap. We'll track the lap times. Gonzalez did the personal best on 1:23.6, matched the race leading pace. That's this rider on track at the moment is actually Albert Arenas, who's 6th place. He's now passed Ortola. He did 1:23.2 last time around. And with Jeanette 9th and Gonzalez 14th, if he stays as is, which is highly likely, we'll have a tie at the top of the championship heading to Brunei next weekend. It will still be Gonzalez at the top of the leaderboard, courtesy of the fact he's taken more Grand Prix victories so far this year. But Tony Arbolino, this would be a humongous shot in the arm for the Italian, wouldn't it, who's really struggled to make that switch over from the Calyx frame last year, where he spent so much for all of his previous 3-4 years of Moto2 racing on the Boscascura. It's been a tough transition, and we said this has been the best ride performance from Tiger Tony so far. On the line, but no obvious signs of Jake Dixon closing in on this group. He's not more trouble behind him now from the 75 of his fellow teammate Albert Arenas, who, as mentioned, was super quick last time around. The gap still just under a second between Baltas and Dixon, as we now see Ramirez trying to cut through all his fellow Spaniard Ivan Ortola. They're back only for 7th. Into the final corner we go to. That's a late raid, isn't it? That's from Ramirez back on Ortola. Captain Andalus here early kicking the pocket of Ortola there in that final corner. Darting through the inside lad, he did make the move stick, so that's pushed up Ramirez back up into 7th place. Barrera's just got to onto the deck for 9. That's how he's dropped to Ortola. Well, this is the proverbial chance knife through butter, isn't it, for the Brazilian? Yeah, never mind saving your rear tyre. I've just got some overtaking to do. There's Diogo Moreira, and he's done plenty of it already in this Grand Prix. He's now the leader on track, about 3 championship contenders. He wouldn't have dreamt of that when the Grand Prix got underway. He's already now looking to get his towards it to Diogo Moreira and to not Ramirez, should I say. He's only 2.8 seconds off and lead at the race at this stage. I think he might have done us a favour by penalty line 25th yesterday, because if we start anywhere near the front, this might be game over already, as far as Moreira is concerned. Onji swarming all over the rear time. Arbolino now as they peel through the high-speed turn 8 on this lap 6 of 25. Of course, Onji, big love for the Sachsenring. His first ever Grand Prix success was here in Moto3 when he left it very, very late. Last corner made by the Yamaha Sasaki. He won't leave it this late this time around, because he fires straight back toward the inside of Arbolino. Into 12, the turn back at the front. And Barry Baltas with a front row seat, because he's a debris at the top of the screen. I think that's true onto Lopez's crash earlier on in the race. We've also lost Eric Fernandez in these early stages on the second of the MSI bike. So we complete lap 6 of 25. Unchim in the 23.8. He leads this Grand Prix. The top 3 now just 7 attempts clear of Jake Dixon. The rarest sprint downward. Ramirez, he's having this 7. Next in his eye line will be Roberts. I'm not sure the tip was the California might be able to do about the marauding Moreau at the moment. Lucas Aegis in P4 just behind Barry Baltas. Magnifying glass for that. Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, as old age takes a grip of it, I have to wear the old spectacles. Even Matt Bird's fading eyesight did to check that one out. As Jake Dixon, that was the incident involving Aegis and Dixon in the first quarter. Dixon really did get tipped up there, didn't he, by the Aussie? And dropped to a 1.27th. He's now, of course, made back in their place. And Jacob Nolan, of course, starting on pole. We might soon have Thiago Moreira for company, despite starting 23rd places apart on the grid. Still around 3/4 of a second between the top three. Dixon to 3, Vegas in top of the picture. Dixon to Reynas Roberts, then 7/10 to Ramirez, who is now getting hit of Moreira. I think they were side by side over the line with Moreira ahead, but Ramirez is on the inside. It's Tony goes down out of second place. Tony Arbolino rolls through the gravel traps, but there is going to be no first try podium on a Bosca score for the Italian. And we see more Cuevas as fast get off downhill, bantering turn 12s. And so backward out push Dixon, the starting from pole position, up into the podium places. Looks like at the moment he's comfortably covering off Philanes in 4th spot. Big Schlang's top out of the exhaust of Barry Baltus. Yeah, that's a rather forlorn Arbolino walking away from the scene of the crime. Yeah, was he just on the limit to stay in this leading group? You can see a couple of bike lanes opening up ahead of him to Unchu. Unfortunately, he wouldn't see the end of that 7th lap. But Dixon is getting his claws into this now. 1:24.1 on the last lap. He was 4/10 quicker than the leader Unchu, and he's dragging Arenas and Roberts with it. You can see what Gino Borsoi, MotoGP boss of Tramac Yamaha, thought of that one. There was the big Prosecco in the back of the shop there for Arbolino. The tasting of the second, unfortunately, the end of this Grand Prix. Here is Arenas. He's got right back onto the rear tyre of Dixon. Might well be best served here just sitting on the rear tyre of the Brit, because Dixon's got the taste to while they're back into this battle now. A battle of two for the lead, which features Andrew and Baltus. A quick Moreira check. Of course, actually, he has been picked off. Marcus Ramirez have got back through Mark Moreira. And so fair play to the American racing rider who's not giving up without a strong fight. Yeah, the American racing duo now are a bit at sick, don't link to each other. We can of course see that's our teammates. Collide already has seen. So need to put on one of his riders to do the very same. As Ramirez had a think about that leg lunge into the final corner. And now I did with Moreira, and he saw he's going to have a go. It's in Gilda Moreira's DNA of the Italian Cubs. Roberts takes on Reynas. Moreira strong set between Ramirez and forces to make into the top 6. And you know what, there's a gap there. Where he's going to find him. And he is not shy at all, is he? About a bit of shoulder barging in this Moto2 World Championship. That was Arenas touching down the inside of Roberts. This is giving Dixon some clear breathing space though in that 3rd spot. Arenas at the moment is coming out on top of what is a real major battle between that quartet. It's Arenas, Roberts, Moreira and Ramirez as they slide those terrain tyres downhill. Spectacular corner, isn't it? Around that high speed turn 7. Top 2 in the World Championship are now Linus third, 10th and 11th, connect ahead of Gonzalez. And Manny Gonzalez is now the fastest rider in certainly the top 15. He did a 23.7, the fastest rider on the whole win trip. He's the recovering set of ages. It's 17th place. He just did a 1:23.5 on the last lap. He's in quest to back into the points. It's really the area where Gonzalez has to do a lot of work. And that's his wet weather riding, of course, remembering he's actually AWOL in Austin in Texas at the start of the year. When the optimal tyre choice was to run the slicks in the damn track, he opted to stay on the, well, he had the slicks, didn't he? And now, of course, Gonzalez, in 3rd second he was off the wet place yesterday. So he's going to have to sort that out. He's going to be a serial contender at the end of the season. Here's Simon Vieira coming to a long, long way back. There's nothing that Wallace can do about that, because you'll just see that Peter Tabak on the inside Moreira. So he's already had strong fights with Ramirez for American racing, and now he picks up the second Avaccio. Roberts now the latest Moreira victim. Now what speed is a sensational charge. 25th on the grid, up to 6th in the space of 10.5 laps, and he is far from done. Moreira will now be looking up at the podium that's just ahead of him. Arenas with a little bit of movement there as he dropped down to 7. Kinnett has now tried to fight between himself and Manu Gonzalez. That fight is ridden by Ivan Ortola. This is your battle now on street. 9th, 10th, and the World Championship leader Gonzalez in 11th. Check this out, 2nd fastest rider on the circuit. Only Baltus faster is Sasaki down in 14th place. The Sasaki, certainly he's better on the Suzuki Moto2 at the moment, not the 71 bike. He just did 1:23.888. by striking him close to a battle with 13th with Guevara. Gonzalez now through, Monkey back Ortova, Eddie Gonzalez. Earlier we're expecting him to last until the end of like 10, but he is now finally into the top 10. And as you can see, his championship lead on the Canet would be 4 points. Ortova going the wrong way, and of course, inexperienced in terms of Moto2. He went good now at the start, was up as high as short place, wasn't he? Still learning about time management and the intricacies of keeping life for those party rubber until the end of the Grand Prix. But old Taylor now has slid out of the top 10. He's now at 11th. I think that's the main question about Moreira in here, and just how much has he tortured his rear tyre to make up a lot of his progress and balance. I think it's very much worth it because he's got himself now into this podium group. But is he going to have any drip left in the latter stages? You've got to use up plenty at the moment as he's doing 1:23.7s of closing in on the back of Arena. So I think when you start 23s, anything in the top 6 is going to be seen as a win. That a bonus as far as Moreira's concerned. He will be wanting more though. He's a hungry young charger. He's the number 10. Through the back. That's some real experience, what I said in Moto2 terms. Suzuki, Vietti, Canet, and Gonzalez, and Lockpoints. This is their appealing through turn 10. Sure you get a good answer here to putting it right down. Sure the Ralph form with the 10-11. We're on board with Gonzalez. We can do as it stays as is. He will be protecting as well. Charles Cadet. The Lakeman goes on the inside of Vietti into 12. That was lovely, wasn't it? Seasoning of this from the inside was the 44 black. Payback coming into that, doesn't it? The very next corner from Vietti into 13. Very highly illustrious. There's so 2 names here. And of course, shouldn't forget that Vietti also came through down the lower reaches of the grid. He caught by down in 18. The big fastest off riding, another riding. We didn't maximise a wet feather fight. Moreira now bring on how the terrain next to Gonzalez. Looked like he was also making a move looking at. And he's made it stick. You can see that on the onboard, Moreira got the inside line. You knew he was going to make the move. Now Moreira, let's just check how far he was back with Jake Dixon. Only a couple of tenths. And so Dixon has got a lot of work here to hang on to that final place on the podium. 20th still place. This has just been nothing short of sensational so far by Moreira. Look at the as well, he's breaking away. Tom Arenas having got that 4th place at turn 1 to start of this lap 12. And there's some rather spiky comments after the British Grand Prix in Moreira's direction from some of the other title contenders, suggesting that basically he just follows someone on Saturday to get a qualifying time and then gets towed along with the group in the race. That is not what Diogo Moreira is doing today. He's doing all of this all on his own. He's not scared to touch the bound as well when it comes to overtaking, is he? Boris Baltas, they've been bleeding all over the rear tyre now that I'm on you. These two have been locked in this fight. He sits at Arbolino, bailed out of 7th place, 5 laps to go. Question the gap between Baltas and Diggs of the fight for 2nd and 3rd. That's 6/10 of a second. And Moreira's got about a second then to claw back Dixon in 4th place. We know he's more than capable of doing it. It's the first time in the Grand Prix, really, isn't it, that Moreira's had any kind of empty tarmac up ahead of him. He's basically overtaking people since the lights went out. So he does have a little bit of time now just to take a breather. I don't think that's necessarily Diogo Moreira's style. There's 1.7 seconds off the race lead. Yeah, we didn't beat it. Pinch up Diogo Moreira winning this Grand Prix in 25th on the grid. And the false team manager and a rider came to me and said, well, it's really hard, boss, to overtake around the Sachsenring. You have to tell them to what is this barrier 2 race and keep a close eye on Diogo Moreira because he's made light work of so many big names on this grid. Well, the best in the world, of course, aren't they, in Moto2. The accident up there from Vietti, he was apologising to Canet for his overtake, but Canet was busy overtaken by Gonzalez. Two of them on championship go head to head. They are still 9th and 10th. Gonzalez, as it stands, is increasing his world championship lead by a time. He just has just passed on Gardo on his recovery to the 2 long laps after the jock start. That's probably all he did. Up into 16th place. And he might actually squeeze and stop back in the points here because he's right in the heat of a battle which involves Olgado, Salak, Shisaki, Guevara, Ortola and Alonso. And so Sassi, maybe even the top 10, not completely out of his reach despite the double on lap. There's no question that jump start, Senna Regis would have been in this battle with Unchu Baltus, Ben Dixon, which has got racing in pace, but he's got Quim. Tarmac. Top 3, we're on the 24s. Diogo Moreira though in the 23s, 123, 912. He's now within a second and a half of the race lead. Ramirez just picked off Roberts for 6th place on that last lap. We just saw that from my inside camera. Now just how Charles Ramirez is pushing the front end on that American racing Galax. Ramirez then looking to win that particular instinct scrabble. It's Moreira, fair clear to the right as he's hanging in there. A lot of what time like Moreira was going to drop it quite tricky, but the right as is just trying to keep the pressure on Moreira. Likewise, Baltus, who's well versed now in understanding where the strengths and weaknesses are on G's Calyx package around this Sachsenring circuit. Being stood through those fast attacks that he bounces for 8, 9, and 10. Interested in Dixon's role in all of this. Is he just saving something for a bit of a later tip here, or being just simply unable to catch the top 2 ahead? So far on this lap, he's been able to nick a 10th away from Barry Baltus and a couple of tenths on tune. So we'll see the lap times across the line here as to whether Dixon's decided now as we get into the second half of the race if he's quite happy with the level of grip underneath him and he wants to close this gap down to the top 2. Unchu at 23.3, matched by Baltus, 20 ball up for Dixon, and not that 23.9 for Moreira. The only other rider in the top in everything in the 23 is fair play to his Moto3 within your last shoot, David Alonso. But he'll be putting big pressure on Cadet. Cadet could be dropping out. Zach Roberts getting on wide, I think, in the first corner. Looked like a Vietti certainly might have come through it. This is closing up. This top 5 is closing right up. Dixon has certainly made up ground now. He's just still 10 behind Barry Baltus. Moreira is closing in turn on Dixon, and he's dragging a raid as it's soon going to be a 5-rider freight train at the front of this race. And Roberts and, Vietti and Gonzalez did tick off Roberts. They're in that tight turn 1. And so Joe Roberts, who was inside the top 5 points this Grand Prix, having been picked up by his teammate Ramirez in the previous lap. Now he's been passed by both Vietti and Gonzalez. So that's punted Roberts back down to 9th place. Mark Baltus has just been patient there, right, on you. He might have to change that approach soon. If Dixon gets up to his rear tyre, Baltus might have to just think about moving through on Dear Sunshine and just back with a bike to itself. And the riders in 3rd and 4th being certainly Morton Woodger, and the time and speed is back there for the moment. The riders 3rd and 4th in your picture, Dixon and Moreira, zooming in on this leading pair who could be first and second in that order for quite some time now. The Taylor's rather dramatic slide down the field continues. He's just been picked up by Philip Salach for 14th place. And so Taylor, who was in the early battle in this Grand Prix, now fighting to keep himself in the point scoring places. And Dixon working out how to get on top with Donju and Baltus ahead of him. Might have these racings, but just high. Here we go, bigger races coming his way. Oh, Moreira, he didn't know how to make that move. He's got my 10 laps of this race shining. So that's horrendous. It's horrendous. Although Moreira's aggression's got the better in there. On the inside of Jake Dixon, there was contact with the brake. He dived for pole position. He mounted to the wet grass on the outside of 3. Did Moreira, and that is he's put back onto the circuit. On the line, you have to say, with absolutely nowhere to go. That was a sickening crash. Now, following a collision involving Moreira and Alonso. Let's just hope both are okay, because that was an awful watch. Moreira was putting in one of the great Moto2 rides, but just a little impatient there behind Jake Dixon. Did not need to make that move because the move wasn't on. The gap was always going to close in his Spain. And of course, the nature of the racetrack, as soon as you go up wide there through turn 3, the only way of rejoining the racetrack is onto the racing line through 4. That is still to be reviewed after the race. I guess it's a 2-part incident, really. Moreira first taking the back of Dixon and then coming onto the circuit in the face of David Alonso, who has no opportunity to react to that. That was horrible. Poor David Alonso, just nothing he could do about that. He's been in the wars, hasn't he, so far this year of G times. But Alonso, that 3-day pole of his own. It's been a very eventful Sachsenring Grand Prix, hasn't it, for Dixon? He got a big barge for ages, and the first corner was dropped him out of the top 6. About this more big contact involving Moreira. Yet Moreira just had to play an attention game. It was clearly faster than Dixon. There was just, that move was never looking like he was on. So yeah, there'll be a few questions asked about the IntelliTouch rider there. Yeah, we have seen that move put in quite a lot at the Sachsenring. We've seen it already today in the Moto3 race, but you have to be much further alongside. But then that, you cannot be front tyre to rear tyre on the way into turn 3. You've got to be pretty much right alongside. Theodore Moreira was never right alongside. What that ultimately means is that it's now a 2-rider fight for the victory, which certainly appeared that way in this state. It was Dixon once again delayed, now back behind the Reynas. It's that Unchu and Baltus alone at the front. Yeah, so Arenas then into P3. Matt shuffled the pack further down, obviously Ramirez now in 5th place. Vietti down in the top 6. Gonzalez, who some will say doesn't really merit a 7th place. The finish after must be another pretty average performance by the World Chaps leader, but he is in T7. Roberts 8, Canet 9, Ethan Guevara in 10th. So this is the replay. Putting the tighter inside line goes Moreira. Now he has to know surely that Dixon is going to be closing the door there. Onto the wet grass he goes, briefly into the gravel as well. Don't think he ever looks behind, does he? Yeah, that's what the stewards are going to be looking at. I mean, your heart goes out to poor Darren Alonso. First and foremost, less hope for the world friend of Bosun that they are okay. Moreira and Schulting Alonso out to see. He looks like he's a lot of pain there. Alonso will be clearly needing some attention in the medical sector. Just that was nasty. I think Moreira will certainly be a holder in front of the F1 MotoGP stewards at close Grand Prix. And certainly one of the big talking points of this Sachsenring battle is plenty open. And it's such a shame because, as I say, his ride up until that point was one of the best that any of us have seen in a Moto2 race for quite some time. Sadly, we won't remember any of that. We'll also remember the way his Team 3 ended and his championship challenge that was going to momentum has now been completed to a screeching halt at this stage, with Gonzalez running 7th and Jip winning 9th. Moreira will now win further ground in the World Championship. Of course, the stewards will have hearing with the images, all of the CCTV pictures, and we don't say to fully analyse the Moreira incident. Of course, if you have gone off circuit, the onus is on you to make sure that you return to the circuit in the safest possible manner. So we'll find out what happens here. Moreira and Alonso will go for a check-up. It looked like it was Alonso, unfortunately, that came out the worst of that. This horrible collision instigated here, right there, as Dixon once again tries to regroup after he's been bashed and barged around this Sachsenring circuit on a couple of occasions. Only so far, the Brit and the fastest riders at the moment in the racetrack are Vietti and Gonzalez, 6th and 7th. They're doing 24.0s then. Just up behind the Arenas, Dixon, Ramirez. And you can just see them there in the back of the picture. Ever so slightly moving into view. Potentially could join that podium battle in the latter stages. And at the moment though, Arenas and Dixon showing no signs of closing in on Archer and Bouncers. And how much longer is Barry Belters prepared to wait before he makes a move on the 53? There is a top 10 salvage here for Champions Bouncers then finds, just shows onto his wheel. Now they're into turn 12, which backstage the top 10 of the offing here for ages. He's only half a second behind Guevara, who is in that 10th place. Ages at the moment in 13th spot. He's got Salach Sasaki ahead of him before he has to deal with Guevara for that place in the top 10. That 20 of 25 then underway here. There's the same match at the front running here, hasn't he? That is on June. There's the inside of Albert Arenas. Of course, these two follow the teammates of Dixon. No one another rider tapping his rear types. That's why he's behind Arenas in the first place. Dixon now back into 3rd place. Just every time he's raced now gathers some momentum. Stopping Atkins to stop them in his track. Dixon back on the podium now. But yeah, and it's but a few times I've passed those two have not necessarily always seen eye to eye, have they? Arenas and Dixon. I'm sure that good battle this between Gonzalez and Vietti. They're going to lean on each other on the exit of 6. Gonzalez comes out the better at the back, particularly the skirmish. I think Vietti just had to yield there. He had the inside line, Gonzalez. That's going to stretch his world championship lead out from 5 to 8 points, with Cadet still down in 9th place. I think Jeanette might be able to relax in terms of that back behind him. Guevara versus Sapi Salach ages ago, and I guess he's pretty much 2 seconds clear of Guevara. Yeah, not losing too much time to the pot. Eric Canet needs the slowest rider in the top 12 at the moment. Of course, we do know that Eric Canet from the bottom, I'd like to tell you, in the quick part of the race, it's in a little bit of pain in his arm after that crash in qualifying. So Canet, has to miss the task, of course. Few riders have written through into quite like Eric Canet, but he needs these World Championship points. When his Balter starting to feel like the time is right to strike, he has been right on the rear tail on you now for so many laps. Beating Grand Prix, here comes Ramirez. As I say, Ramirez just completely out of control there. He knew what was coming and he absolutely clatters into poor old Arenas. Sorry, Quayford here, like MotoGP stewards in the Grizzly after this one. That one there was clear cut, and that was crystal clear, wasn't it? The guilty party there was Ramirez. You could see as he came over the crest of the brakies though, he was out of control. He'd had his heart in his mouth. Look at this, over the crest we go now, the trouble. And look at this, poor Arenas, completely oblivious to the massive impact he's about to receive. And so that was horrible. No wonder Arenas is venting his frustration here on Riberas, who looks rather apologetic and barely able to look Arenas in the face there, was he? For good reason. Trust us, Marcos Ramirez is going to be penalised for Latin Bruno next weekend. So the upshot of all of that, Matthew Gonzalez is now up into 4th play from the 6th of the grid. Mietic fed, Roberts now 6th, that's 7. This suddenly took a charge, red flag out, due because the F-Feds, Dennis Onju has won this German Grand Prix. That is Onju there for the 2nd time his career in the Sachsenring. He is victorious. He took his very first Grand Prix success in Moto3, attacking 2023. A race that he only led at the last corner after a great fight with Ian Saki. When he knows it, he knows that we've crossed the tipping point when the red flag has been thrown, and that will be called. Dennis Onju then will be your victor. No restart, team's third race distance completed. All the late drama, well, how many talking points are there to cover off in that Sachsenring Moto2 battle? Onju then it is, that will be declared your race winner. But the podium will feature Barry Baltus and pole starter Jake Dixon. I think the air fence must have been hot cheeks. We saw one of those two bikes, I think it's Ramirez Spike, careering over all the way to the fence on turn number 1 after that collision with Arenas. So either a rider still being treated or the air fence being punctured. But if either of those are still the case when the fuel comes back round, they have to call a stop to the race. It is the responsible and safe thing to do. If Barry Baltus was waiting, unfortunately he waited too long. Gonzalez then, it's going to go as this player, 4th place. 4th place. Never ever was he in a straight Thor podium out on 16th. But somehow he does leave the Sachsenring in 4th place. That was a real painful 20.5 match, wasn't it, for Aaron Cadet? Just look at him, spat on his brow and wincing in pain and discomfort. And Cadet's going to be classified in 7th place. That is Onju. Getting congratulations from Anna Espeleta, of course, who's done so much work with the tech through the road to MotoGP programs, particularly through the Asia Talent Chat. Yeah, that's 2 wins in 2 minutes to the Sachsenring for Dennis Onju. 1 here in Moto3, the last time he raced here, and he now stands atop his guy as the winner for the 2nd time in 4 races in Moto2. Now he is a proper character. He is a personality to watch in the future. Dennis Onju. Great ride, because he was put under immense pressure throughout that Grand Prix by Baltus, who just could not find a way through. Onju was just too good. Baltus denied, Dixon denied the chance to maybe assign something late on in that Grand Prix. And Onju is your victor in that stop Moto2 race. Let's get a thought to his boss. Biggie Io's the jack. Actually, great job by Denny's. Kept up with the red flag, stopped us from up in that grandstand finish, but his pace was absolutely superb. Yeah, I think we made a sort of step from Friday. We were struggling a little bit on Friday. I mean, the pace was also quite good by them, but did small adjustments also with the bike, tried to analyze also what we can improve by riding, and of course the plan today was just to get to the front, try to lead as much as possible. I know the guys from the back, they were catching quite a lot, and maybe we were a little bit lucky today, but that's racing, and we saw, congratulate, thank you. Yeah, look can sometimes play a part in Grand Prix weekends. You have to take it when it comes your way. There wasn't much luck going the way of Jay Dixon. From top position, he had areas the punctured air folks at the first corner. Dixon looking a little bit frustrated as he speaks to the umpire BDS Racing crew. This was Ramirez. That he will know that he's committed that massive mistake there, losing control in the braking zone. You can see Arenas's Groups Cosini racing machine just go careering into the air fence. Actually, it looks like both Ramirez and Arenas are going to play like bucket the stab into Arenas, who do absolutely nothing about that. Near to the barrel rolls through the gravel track to the player of the Ramirez, instantly apologetic. Not much consolation though, was it, at the time for Arenas? But this was the moment that when the organisers had no choice but to throw the red flag. And that saw Dennis Onju confirmed actual 2025 German Grand Prix winner. And the big payday that was in terms of the championship for Onju, when you think that Arenas crashed out the wreck year ahead of him, for ages struggling after his double on lap penalty as well. I think that's still going to be Dave endurance the top 6 of the World Championship. Manny Gonzalez, who didn't want to be that second out speed. He'll score 13 points for 4 points cadet, with the 9 points for Sergio Gonzalez, now leads the championship by 9 points from Eric Canet. And he is now so 40th clear of Diogo Barrera. Dixon and Bouncers now move themselves slightly back into contention. There you can see confirmation on your screens. And as poor as that was looking yesterday and in the young stages of today, in fairness, Manny Gonzalez has touched a major championship fully today. In all of the chaos, congratulations to Yuma Sasaki, 9th at the checkered flag. That's his first Moto2 top 10 finish. Saw the 23-year-old Japanese rider, great job that by Sasaki. So the downside, just 10th, H11. There were points with Olgado, Altera, Navarro and Binder. Taking the spoils, here's Dennis Onju in Sutherland opposite him. He is still having been stung by a wasp yesterday. There was no slight sting in the tail for him, looking out. One of it, I assume, battle scars for Britain's Jake Dixon. I'd imagine that was the heavy old contact, the second of 2 big hits he took. He took one at turn 1 from centre ages and already jumped start. And then there was the big hit from behind from Diogo Barrera as they swept through turn 3. Barrera could well find himself in top water after his subsequent massive collision then with Darren Alonso. So in lunch and Diogo Barrera's point of view, he got to be much further alongside than that, because Dixon cleverly entitled to come back across onto the racing line. That is the damage done to Jake Dixon's bike, of course. Much greater damage done to Diogo Barrera's World Championship hopes, of course, could potentially now find himself and the back fit kick out if the penalty comes his way. While he's making the traditional post-race phone call, I'm still taking it up at that today. Yeah, they forgot totally. How dare they? It feels undue affront to the very successful Asian Talent Cup system applications for the 2026 ATC are officially open. Your chance to take these first steps on the road to MotoGP. A road which Dennis Onju might be negotiating himself in the not-too-distant future. He has a chat with Moto3 World Champions leader Jose Antonio Rueda. Yeah, I mean, Marcos Ramirez, nobody needs to tell a rider his experience. He's got a few wounds, some cuts on that left arm. It was nasty. He would have known there was nothing he could do. And once he was committed, he was going to barrel roll into the back of Toro Arenas. Well, he ever been at that on circuit, then he goes on you here in the Sachsenring. He's got the moves. If Ferre as well, absolutely carried. We need to see a bit more of Dennis Onju about to pirate him down because he's just such a likeable, effervescent character. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, aura farming, the kids call that nowadays. Toprak Razgatlioglu did that very celebration yesterday when he won race 1 at Donington Park. Well, yeah, there's a celebration amongst the Turkish group. We'd love to see it. Great scenes for replicating Mayo and for Dennis Onju there. Yeah, Marcos Ramirez has gone straight down to the Grazini Racing Garage to offer his apologies to Albert Arenas' crew and also to Arenas. He knows clearly he was the offender in this terrible looking instance. Look at the whiplash that potentially is coming here for Arenas. That is just so horrible to watch. Ramirez has got a few cuts and scrapes on that left arm. He barely come to arrest the Realtime before he was already offering the apology to Arenas. Nobody's going to be feeling worse than Marcos Ramirez right now. The last thing anybody wants to do is to take out another when they're battling for the train, just as those two were. Jake Dixon from pole position looks a little bit frustrated. Let's get his thoughts on that dramatic Moto2 race here with Jack in Park for me. Jake onto the podium, but I can imagine there's a bit of frustration today. Had no luck. The contact with Senna at the start and then that big impact for Diogo with the air has actually held us attention to enough. What can you do at the end of the day? There wasn't my doing. I just tried to be as clean as possible in the race, but sometimes I just feel like they're desperate to make a move, and I feel like I always have a target on my back because they know I'm strong in the race. And honestly, I was just sat there saving the tyre, just off the back of the group of the leading two. I knew that I would have something more at the end if I was just able to sit there and manage. And I was, and then obviously Diego's hit me, and I lost 1.7 seconds to them, and then I was just getting back to them, and unfortunately the red flag came out. I hope everybody's okay that's involved, but I honestly believe today that was a race win that had gone from my hands. It's easy to sit here and say, but you can see by the way I closed the gap back up, and I just want to say a massive thank you to the team. It's not been easy, but the last two races we've been there. Step by step we're getting back to where we need to be. We've made some big changes, and yeah, just want to say a big thanks to Matt at home as well, and everyone involved in my team. Like I said, they're just all doing a massive job. Great ride, well done. Cheers, thank you. Yes, thanks Jack. Clearly Jake Dixon feels like a potential victory challenge, but he was denied. And there was the sheriff's Spring Bonjay, set of ages who'd already jumped the stars at the start of that Grand Prix. That I think of a couple long lap. And the biggest though was perhaps the most costly of these, Fred Moreira, into turn 3, a real wank of these. That right hip, that's all Dixon Davins to the sinew as well as Moreira goes into the gravel. And Dixon Clay was trying to just manage the rear tyre, the sort and later tag, the later tag, which he was able to bounce. Well, unfortunately for his sake, Barry Baltus as well there, just being sort of console Black Bandit racing, and I think each shot as well, maybe he was in sort of tyre conservation mode and was just plotting a late attack on Anjou, but once again, like Dixon, he was to be denied by the red flag. We'll find out exactly what Barry Baltus